Introducing ISO Color Edge. Precision is essential for any professional working with images. Whether you're an artist, a retoucher, or a visual effects specialist, you need to know that what you see at the start of a project is precisely what you'll get at the end. Color Edge monitors give consistent, reliable accuracy that guarantee no surprises within your color workflow. So what you see in real life is what you see on screen, and what you see on screen is what you see in real life. That's precisely why professionals all over the world trust ISO Color Edge for their image creation. ISO Color Edge. Discover living, breathing color.
Satin Premium RC is a resin-coated paper with an alpha cellulose backing, and it's got a really soft, smooth surface that almost looks like a matte paper, except it's got that extra bit of black density and contrast and image sharpness that give it its satin-like quality. It's reminiscent of traditional darkroom RC papers, and honestly, I was really surprised when I tried this paper for the first time. It's got great black density, great contrast, great image sharpness. The colors are really vibrant, but it also has adds a nice softness to the highlights that give it its satin look and feel. And because of that, it's a paper that works with a whole variety of images when you want the look of a photographic type paper, especially if you're matting and framing your images. Satin Premium RC is one of my favorites.
We only get one shot at this life thing. Might as well make an extraordinary one. Like maybe there was always a little seed in us that demanded more of life, or like to go out there and get some.
I want to empower women with the skills and confidence to explore the backcountry and to pursue anything they dare to dream.
We're in a pretty hectic zone.
No one will ever understand how hard it is.
Oh my God, we've lost it. We'll all be talking about that trip for the rest of our lives.
As image makers, we need to look around. We need to see the world. We need to go to museums. We need to go to galleries so we can understand the use of color and light and shadow. In that respect, everything needs to be considered. If there's a rule for the images that we're trying to make, they shouldn't just appeal to architects. They should be images that, when framed, your grandmother falls in love with it and wants to hang on her wall. So the purpose of our image making is not to recreate a photograph. We have the ability to play with light, to play with atmosphere that potentially makes that image more visually engaging. This is our perception of reality. There's an understanding of the color within a composition. So that color palette is often driven by the color in a brick, or the timber, or the floor. The image in its entirety needs to harmonize. As well as photography, there are painters that we look at. The way that they have painted with color and tone and light, they're in museums. And it kind of occurred to me that we are recording the architecture of our time. We want to celebrate those images by framing them and put them on a wall. So in years to come, could you have a museum where there are digital paintings that people want to come and visit? A song can be broken down into different elements. they all play a part in the composition of that soundtrack. There'll be something about that song that makes you
to enter it in here, or who does that? Who's gonna? Maybe can someone, before we go to live and all that sort of stuff, we just get her to.
We only get one shot at this live thing. Might as well make an extraordinary one. Like maybe there was always a little seed in us that demanded more of life, or like to go out there and get some.
I want to empower women with the skills and confidence to explore the backcountry and to pursue anything they dare to dream.
We're in a pretty hectic zone.
No one will ever understand how hard it is.
Oh my God, we've lost our minds. We'll all be talking about that trip for the rest of our lives.
As image makers, we need to look around. We need to see the world. We need to go to museums. We need to go to galleries so we can understand the use of colour and light and shadow. In that respect, everything needs to be considered. If there's a rule for the images that we're trying to make, they shouldn't just appeal to architects. They should be images that, when framed, your grandmother falls in love with it and wants to hang on her wall. So the purpose of our image making is not to recreate a photograph. We have the ability to play with light, to play with atmosphere that potentially makes that image more visually engaging. This is our perception of reality. There's an understanding of the colour within a composition. So that colour palette is often driven by the colour in a brick, or the timber, or the floor. The image in its entirety needs to harmonise.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome along to the Australian Photographic Prize here in sunny Melbourne. My name's Adam Hourigan. I'll be the panel mentor this morning for you all today, and we have an amazing group of judges and amazing images ready to line up. We are here for the Digital Creative Portrait Prize. The creative division is sponsored by Godox. We might just read out some of the preamble for the judges. The purpose of a portrait photograph is to capture the subject's essence and convey their personality, character and story. Entries must include at least one person and may range from candid photographs to formal portraits of families, groups and individuals. The full range of post-production and digital manipulation techniques, including composites, are permitted. All elements of an entry must be 100% photographic in origin. As we said, thank you to our category sponsor, Godox. Godox is a lighting equipment expert and innovator of gear for photographers, videographers, filmmakers and more. The Australian winner of the portrait category wins a trophy, the title of 2024 Australian Portrait Photographer of the Year. They also go in the running to win the creative division and a Godox lighting prize worth $1,000. The international winner of the portrait category wins a trophy and the title of 2024 International Portrait Photographer of the Year. The Australian winner will go in the running to win the overall Australian Digital Photographer of the Year, winning a Nikon Australia voucher valued at $5,000. That's pretty good, I reckon. So we have a wonderful range of judges here today. In the beautiful alphabetical order, I have Bruce Moyle, Julie Ewing, Katie Collenberg, Kelly Barker, Lacey Barrett, Mark Zed, Paul Holan, Vanessa McCauley, and Kelly Brown. And we're going to look at a quick run through of the session now for all of our judges and everybody out there on the live stream. So judges, if you want to able to move forward for me, and if we can see the run through, thanks very much. Okay, thank you very much. Judges all ready? Lots of nods out here. Good luck, everybody. We'll have our first image, please. There we go. This image scores 79. Lacey, I might get you to, would you make a comment for this image, please? This is commended. Congratulations to the photographer.
Yeah, well done to the photographer. This is such a beautifully told story, and there's a very vintage feel to this. But I think watching the skin tones, it just feels like there's a little bit of yellow in the skin as well, and separating that would really elevate this for me.
Thank you very much. Lots of nods around the place. Just like up there. Next image, please. As we said, we have a wonderful room full of judges. We've got lots of experience, ranging from 40 to 14 to 25 years experience across portraiture, family, newborn, documentary, commercial, illustrative, a wide range. Some of the best photographers in their area having a look at these images and doing their best for all of our entrants this year. We have a score also of 79 and a commended image. Congratulations to the photographer. And Katie, I might just get you to have a quick chat, a comment for the author, if that's all right.
Sure. Yeah, this is a really beautiful, high-impact portrait that is really, really gripping, beautifully lit, full range of all the way from white to black, which I really enjoy. The one little thing that I think is a little distracting for me is the creases in the pants. I can see obviously there are creases in the background too, but that's actually quite beautiful and subtle. The creases in the pants I find a little distracting and just takes away from the softness of the rest of the image.
Thanks for your comment. Next image, please. And we have a score here of 77, a commended. Yep. Yeah. Lacey, would you like to challenge? I do. Yes, thanks. Lacey's on 85. You do have some in the commended, 2 in the commended range at 77, a 75 and a 71.
Oh, I have some work ahead of me. What I'm really loving about this image is there is this immense professionalism about this person, and just the messiness of the hair and the contrast of that story is really pulling me in and wanting me. I really want to know a little bit more about this person and what's their story, what have they been through, what is causing this contrast between who they are professionally and who they are perhaps in real life, or not in real life, but like in a personal life, or like a compartmentalization. And then you add on top of that, I think there's a lot of great technical skill that's gone into this image. There's still some highlights in that hair, and that highlight actually brings me right to the center of the story. The blacks are controlled really well. There's beautiful separation between the black suit and the background, and I really would just love to have a discussion about this image and see what my fellow judges have to say.
Mark, you're just below the commended range. Yeah,
Yeah, thank you. Look, I absolutely agree with Lacey. The thing that kind of held me back a little was the transitions through the tonal range in the background. They're just a little clunky, and the position on the vignette as well. I'm drawn away from that beautiful highlight in the hair, which has been so beautifully managed, but it just brings me to the highlight in the chest, and that's not where I want to go to. I want to go to that illusion behind that hair.
Lacey, you're right to reply.
Yeah, that's a really great point, Mark, thanks. I would really just encourage all of my judges to have a second look at it. I know that the banding in the background is just a simple fix and post, and I think the story here is really, really empowering.
Lacey, you hold your score at 85. If I can get all our other judges to rescore, please. And we have a score of 78, still a high commended. Thank you very much for the discussion, everybody. We'll have the next image, please. And we have a score here of 81, a silver award. And very consistent judging right across the board. Kelly, can I get you to make a comment for this image, please?
Absolutely. Gosh, the beautiful, subtle, muted tones in this, really draw you in. And then you've got these three sort of figures that tell such a beautiful story. I think the photographer's done a really, really good job of, creating something that's got impact, and it's definitely drawn all of us in from a visual perspective. So yeah, really enjoyed this image. Thanks.
Thank you very much. We might just have a quick blank screen. We might make some quick judge change. We've got lots of judges here and images to get through. So Mark, I might get you to step off for Bruce, if that's all right. And Lacey, I might get you to step off for Kelly, if that's all. As we said, we have quite a range of judges here. We have 9 judges in the room that will be switching through. While our judges are logging in here, don't forget we've got a range of events coming up over the week here at Photography Studies College in Thistlethwaite Street in South Melbourne. A great facility here. I wish I had somewhere like this to go to when I was a young whippersnapper. I just got to breathe darkroom chemicals instead, so because we're old, remember. That's right. But look, there are lots of talks going on. Friday, each lunchtime from 1 to 2 p.m. we have talks. Canstone Infinity Workshop today. And some guy with a voice that sounds remarkably like mine talking tomorrow. So come along and see him. Are we ready? Next image, please. We have a score here of 78. And we do have a challenge, absolutely. Katie, you're on 86. We do have every other judge at all in the commended range, 78,
Okay,
75s
right.
and 76. Let's have a talk about this image.
Okay, well, I think there's just no denying the emotion in this image. It grabbed me straight away. It's lit beautifully. It's got a cinematic feel about it in the choice of format and composition. You kind of feel like you're being drawn into this person's soul, into their inner world. I think the emotion feels very true the more you look at it. And then we have this beautiful tonal range. The lighting is stunning. It looks like real window light. I just am very believing of this scene. But at the same time, it feels like it's out of a movie. So there's an aesthetic about it which is has a really strong narrative. I just think this is a stunning image and really should come up into that silver range.
Julie, you're in the commended range. Can I get you to type of chat?
Yeah, I gave this commended, and I agree with most of what you've said, except I keep sitting there and my eyes are continually drawn out by the lines in the curtains out to either side and to the lightest corner on the right and the tap behind his head. Things that could be controlled a little bit more to tell the story, so you're really drawn into the character in the middle. So that's where I'm struggling to bring it up as high.
Yeah, I see those things, they kind of melt into the background for me. I mean, the tap placement, for example, like it just looks real. It's you know, they're sitting in the bathtub. That's a realistic placement for the tap. And for me, it just doesn't really change any of the other things that I've said. The emotion's still there, the cinematic feel's still there. You feel like you're being zoomed into this world. And I think it would be a shame for the photographer to not be rewarded for this, you know, beautiful cinematic emotion.
Katie's score holds at 86. Everybody else, I'll get you to rescore, please. And we have a 79. Very high commenders. Thank you very much for your comments against judges. And we'll have the next image, please. Again, we'd like to thank the sponsor of this category, the Digital Creative Portrait category, and Godox Lighting. See a lot of Godox all over the place. They've really come into the market with a good set of gear, and they're offering $1,000 for the winner of the creative division. It's very exciting for whoever's managed to win that one. Waiting on here. Kelly, I think no, you're all right. And we have a score of 80, a silver award. It's very consistent judging right across the average there. Kelly, I might get you to make a comment, is that all right? If you for the entry? Yes. Oh, sorry. Yes, of course. Eye contact. You can't see, the audience can't see the eye contact, of course, and neither can we.
Congratulations to the photographer. There's a really unique narrative in this, which is very, very attractive. I do find his expression a little lacking, but there's so much story in there and so much interest that it sort of really draws your eye around the image.
Thanks very much. Much appreciated. If I can get a blank screen again, we may make another judge change here. If I get Kelly, I might get you to set off for a second, if that's all right. Paul, I might get you to come on. And Julie Ewing, I might get you to Vanessa, if you are able to come onto the panel, please. While our judges are logging in, don't forget that we have the Steve Scalone Urban Architecture Award, which commemorates one of our dear friends here at the Photographic Prize, Steve Scalone. The top 10 images are actually printed out in the hallway here, and they are spectacular and a wonderful tribute to a great member of our photographic community, is well loved and well remembered. It's a public vote to judge the winner, and the winner will be announced. So come down, please. There's lots of stuff to see down here, but we'd love to see lots of people supporting that wonderful award. How are we going, judges? Everybody in? We'll have the next image, please. We have a score of 79, a high commended. Thank you very much for judging, everybody.
Can I challenge that?
You can challenge that, absolutely. Katie is on 84. We have an 80, you have some help. There's
Okay.
80, a judge at 82 and 78, 78, 79. So.
Okay. Well, I see this as an expertly put together story of pregnancy and heading towards that birth and those dreams of having a child. I think it's not only been expertly told, but it's been expertly posed, put together, processed, lit. I see very little in there that you could really criticise. And I find the image fascinating. There's actually just so much to look at and enjoy. My favourite bit is probably the cheese. But that whole top row of objects and stories on that shelf is quite enticing. I find that probably the most interesting part of the image, but I just encourage you to take another look. It's one of those images that's going to get better the more that you look at it, and just look at the detail and the refinement and the work that's been put in by the photographer. I really think it sits nicely in the silver range.
Bruce, I might get you, you're at high commended, I might get you to talk to the image as well.
Yeah, cool. I saw what you were saying, Katie, and I was high commended because I found the top part of it kind of lacking. It's like, I get that it needs to be simple, and it's a simple portrait in the setup, but I don't know, I couldn't see like that thing on the top left, I actually still don't know what it actually is, to be honest. Yeah, that thing. Sorry for the people online that can't see what's been pointed at. But I think the technique is great, the posing's great, but I don't know, it feels a little empty to me in the frame, and I know that's probably by design, but yeah, it's something that just doesn't sit with me.
Paul, you're on 82.
Yeah, I'm in the silver range. Above and beyond what Katie's already said, I feel like there's this underlying complexity that speaks to potentially to her character as a person, and that even though there's these really light, organic, beautiful kind of almost like childlike elements of characteristics, and it's so intently placed, it almost has this OCD-like feel of deliberateness around something that's so raw and organic as bringing a child into the world, and it speaks a lot to her personal character potentially on another level. So that's partly what brought me up.
You're about to reply, Kate.
Oh, I love that you added that in, Paul. That just tells a lot more story. It gives us another layer. And I suppose if you imagined this, with the child in the picture, in the future, the fruit would be all smashed up and there'd be a terrible mess. So I do love that extra layer. But the top shelf there, the way I see that is it's relating to her interests. Alongside what she's journeyed through in pregnancy. I mean, the jar of pickles, I think, is a dead giveaway. But the image on the left there, it looks like a painting of some ancient charcuterie. That's my interpretation of it, which I suppose, during pregnancy, if you're, eating certain things that you're craving. I guess that could be a part of it, alongside the pickles and the cheese and the cake and the fruit. That's how I interpret it, and I just think it's a combination of different aesthetics that are probably around her taste and her personality and the things that she's into. Yeah, I definitely think it sits in the silver range.
Katie, you hold your score of 84. Everybody else, other judges, if we can rescore, please. And has gone up, 82, a silver award. Congratulations. Very consistent right across and good conversation there, judges. Thank you very much. Next image, please. We have a score of 78, a high commended, or it's actually just a commended, that's just this thing. And Katie's going to have another go, yes. We love a judge with conviction, that's what we like to see. Katie, you're on 83. Every other judge is in the commended range, so you're well within.
Okay, I swear I'm not doing this on purpose to talk. So I'm just drawn in. I'm really there. I want to know the story. There's something so unusual about this image in every way. It's not how we would normally see a portrait. It's very in your face. It's the angle, it's the choice of lens. But, you know, deeper than just what we're looking at, we are drawn into this girl's eyes, into the positioning of the mouth. There's something almost disturbing about it. And I think if it's a reflection or a double exposure, it's hard to tell, but I think that adds to it as well. I'm really there, and I think from a technical perspective, there's nothing I can fault. I'm fascinated by the image. I want to know more the story of this human and what's happening in her world. It's really stunning.
I'd go to Kelly on 75, if that's all right, first, like in the commended range.
Absolutely. It is a stunning image, and at the moment I still see it sitting in the commended range. The black and white tones are absolutely beautiful. The narrative is actually what holds me back. So I want more hints about where this is going. It's so ambiguous that it's losing me and losing my interest. On a technical side, what looks like two windows on that left-hand side, with full control over an image, you could take those out. That would definitely help, but I'm certainly keen to hear more.
All right. Leslie, you're on 77 here.
Yeah, I'm grateful for the opportunity to sit with it for a bit longer because I hesitated when scoring. And the reason I hesitated was about that, yes, there's a few technical things, right? I agree about the windows, but there's a narrative here, and I see it strongly as being she's in a fog of her brain fog. She's like her eyes help to tell that story too of maybe it's mental anguish or mental. I don't want to say illness because there's all certain levels of that, but she's just caught up in her own brain, and that's why the top part of her is foggy, and that's why there's this bottom sort of creeping of that feeling taking over her whole body. So her eyes help to tell that whole narrative. That's what comes with sitting with an image for a little while, is you get an opportunity to look a little closer.
Very quickly, Paul, if you've got a...
Just quickly, yeah, all the elements are there, I think, for lifting us into that narrative complexity, you know, around the subconscious and mind, where I feel like it's just lacking a little bit of control in terms of how how abrupt that highlight is in terms of above her head, you know, how a big broad part of her cheek on the right-hand side is dominating the photo, but really you could just elegantly and softly lift and tie those a little bit together so it's not so jarring, and soften our entry into that narrative.
Katie, you're about to reply?
Yeah, it's challenging us. It's not what we normally see. And normally when we're looking at images that have layers of story to them, we might see more refinement. But that's why I think this is so fantastic, because it's challenging us. It's going beyond the norm of what we see. We don't normally see faces up so close, shot on an angle like that. It could be maybe seen as technically not so great to have the jaw jutting out like that, but that's part of the challenge of the image. And I think the fact that there is ambiguity means that we could bring our own story to that, and it's going to be something slightly different for each of us. And for that reason, the photographer's taken a risk, and I think that risk has paid off. It's a really stunning image, and there's so much to talk about, as we've just discovered. So bring it up a little bit.
Katie, your score, holds at 83. Everybody else, please rescore. And we have moved up into a silver range, 81, silver award. Great discussion from all our judges. Again, they're a great range of opinions. Not everybody has to agree about every image, but we are a team, and great to see some excellent discussion. Next image, please. Actually, before I might do blank screen, we might make some judge changes. Katie, I'm not punishing you, I promise you. But you've been there for a little while. Kelly, Brown, I might get you to come back. And Bruce, I might get you to swap the Mark Z for me, if that's okay. While we're waiting, we talk about this PSC being a wonderful education facility. There is the highest scoring image by a primary, secondary or tertiary student will win the student prize, voucher of $500 of printing from the PSC print shop, and there's also an education award awarded to the Australian Education Facility with the highest total score in the top 3 entrants from their current students, and the facility will receive a trophy and the title of Australian Photographic Prize Educator of the Year, and bragging rights, I'm quite sure. Everybody's logged in? We'll have the next image, please. Of course, while all this judging stuff is very, very serious, the Australian Prize after party held on Sunday, 14th of July, at the Wayside Inn, a place where many of us have spent many an hour after here, celebrating with the communities, with creatives and professionals. Tickets are available still from the Australian Photographic Prize website, and they are not available at the venue, so get in early and vote often, as we say, and get to see some of the best dancers around. Good photographers and good dancers. Who would have thought? We have a score here of 82, a silver award. I might actually ask our judges, we do have a couple of judges who are sitting a little bit higher here, and I might actually ask our judges just to have a quick look at this and just to talk about this as far as how you see modern portraiture and how the technique sort of interplays with any story you might actually see within here. So as I said, it's up to you to go and have a look, but I might just ask you to go and have another look. Kelly, when you're ready, I might get you to start the conversation. Kelly Barker, sorry. I've got to have to stop that one, aren't I?
That's okay.
But Kelly, no, if I get you to speak.
Yep, sure.
Just to elaborate too, this becomes an automatic challenge, which means that all judges have the right to rescore the image. However, you do not get a right of reply. So,
okay.
Is there anybody out there in live stream land?
Cool.
Go ahead, it's yours.
Okay. I scored this 86 just for clarification, and I think it does need to. I would love it to see it come up a little bit higher than what it scored. The expressions in this image is so indicative of what this family look like it's representing. There is the odd one out, or the black sheep. there is the dad, super proud, the mum who looks like she's off in La La Land, the two daughters, one is very conforming and one looks like she just doesn't want to be there. It is just so, it is literally a soap opera drama in an image. My technical thing, I think it's just a slightly tight crop. It just brings me too much. I want to see a little bit of voyeurism type step back. That would be the only reason I didn't put this into the gold, but I would love to see it up into the high silvers.
Kelly, I might get, if you, two
Kelly
Kellys?
Brown.
Kelly Brown. Kelly
No,
was
we're both KBs. Do you know, gosh, this has got impact, and I love the quirky nature of this as a family portrait. There's just a couple of things for me technically that did hold me back from going higher within my scoring range. I've placed it at 82, where I think that it sits quite comfortably. For me, from a technical perspective, just the choice of focal length here, it's created just a little bit of a shift in perspective in that bottom left corner. And then with the control of lighting here, we've got some really bright highlights on our center subject here, and then some more sort of more flat sort of contrast in the rest of the subjects, and then it leads me to that brighter area on the bottom right-hand side and behind the subject there on the right. And then the bird that they're holding, it's blending a little bit too much into the background image. So a little bit more control over the direction and the intensity of light here could have really helped me come up a little bit higher with my score.
Got lots of nods and various degrees. So if everybody's happy with how they went, let's have a rescore if that's all right. Thanks, judges. We have moved up a point to 83, so every point counts, folks, but thank you very much. Thanks very much again for the judges for having a discussion and talking about this. It's great that we get to talk about all these wonderful images here. So next image, please. We have a score of 85, silver award. Very consistent judging right across the range there. Kelly Brown, I might get you just to make a comment for me if that's all right.
Yeah, wow. The impact here is, I think, I can speak for all of my fellow judges here. It really drew us in. The symmetry and the balance within this frame has been captured beautifully, and it's been lit perfectly. For me, I know it's nitpicking, but if I was to go any higher, and I could have possibly gone higher within my score, up from an 85 myself, the symmetry is so perfect throughout this frame except for her nose. Smack bang in the middle of that frame. So yeah, just a little bit more attention to detail there, but wow, great job.
Thank you very much. We might have a blank screen if that's all right, and we might make a judge change. So this I might get you, and Lacey, I might get you to come back onto the panel for me. And Paul, I might get you to swap with Bruce if that's all right. You can see our judges do have a fine eye for detail. Thank you. Fine eye for detail here, that's why they're some of the best in the country. And we thank them very much for their time and their expertise. Everybody's in. Let's have the next image, please. That's all right. How you going, Chris?
Yeah, sorry. It drops me out all the time. It's got a weird timeout on it. Even though I have the picture up, it locked me out. 2 secs with there.
And we have a score of 78, a commended image. Thank you very much. Very consistent judging right across the board again. And while you're in the mood for talking, Bruce, I might get you to take a quick comment if that's all right. I think it's up here at the...
Thanks. Yeah, beautiful portrait of this person. I really enjoyed how it's been held with the hard, I'm going to guess, sunlight here on the outside. I think one of the things I would do is probably play a little bit more with your dodge and burn in your post-production, just to de-emphasise like the neck compared to the face.
Thank you very much. Next, let's have the next image, please. Sunday morning here, it was all of Sunday. We do have some workshops going on here. Kelly Barker is doing the creative process workshop, and Nathan Madigan is doing the How Stories Work Storytelling Masterclass. Tickets are available still on the Australian Prize website, and well worth one of our judges in here, and two great photographers and telling very interesting stories. We have a 75, a commended image. Thank you, judges. Very consistent judging right across the board there. Kelly, I might get you to, if that's all right, are you okay to make a comment for this image?
Yeah, absolutely. Again, this has got great impact, and I really enjoy the black and white tonality here. However, there are a few distracting elements here. I think with that slow sort of shutter, that capture there, we've got something going on up in the face, but there's a lot going on around the image that's just created a few distracting sort of highlights and shadows there. And then that negative space at the top there, it's just thrown the balance of the image. So to bring it up into the next scoring range, keep continuing to experiment with this type of portraiture, because it can be really compelling when done well.
Yeah, some great comments and lots of nodding judges and lots of crops and ideas being made here. So I hope that the entrant takes something from that. Next image, please. we have a score of 81, a silver award. And we do have a challenge from Kelly here. Kelly on 88. You do have 2 in the silver range, is 82 and 82, and 2 in commended at 77. So if you'd like to set your place.
Was that an elective challenge?
It is an elective
so
challenge,
I have the
yes.
right of reply.
Yes, you do have right of reply.
Okay. I'd encourage my fellow judges to look at this not only close up, but from further back. There's a story from it from further back. There's a flow that just beautifully tells a story of the dancer and how they've grown and potentially moved through the cycle of potentially where they've started and where they're headed or where they've stopped. And that's from the distance. Going up close, the lighting is masterfully poured around her body. It talks of her strength. There's some beautiful, I want to say flow again, but the movement through her body is just absolutely stunning.
Sounds good.
Yeah, I want to see it in a high silver range.
Thank you. Kelly Brown, you're on in commended at 77.
Do you know, I really wanted to go there with you, and when I sat back and I looked at this as a combination of 3 images from a distance, I can see the power of her going from left to right throughout these 3 frames. However, just the control of lighting for me, from that perspective, it just didn't gel, because you've got the direction of light sort of somewhat different in each of those panels. So to see her, to create more of a flow from one frame to the next, I would have loved a more sort of consistent control of light from possibly the center frame and then moving out to create a little bit more of a flow in terms of the vignetting throughout those 3 images. At the moment, the direction of that is just a little heavy-handed. And in terms of technical control in post-production, just controlling the banding there in the background and evening out some of those shadows and removing that distraction would definitely help elevate this. It's just that she is an incredibly strong figure, very good at what she does, and she has been lit well. It's just all of those other elements.
Bruce, you're on 82. You want to have a quick word?
Yeah, thank you. I think the way I look at this is I enjoy Kelly One's interpretation of the actual going through the phases. But for me, it's like a masterful capture of a performance. That spotlight in the background isn't going to be perfectly centered every time. This is a transition. I'm sitting here as an audience member watching this performer move. So I forgive some of that lighting inconsistency because, you know, trying to get somebody to be in exactly the same place in a performance just doesn't happen. Like, it's impossible. So I actually really enjoy that from an audience perspective. Sorry, we've got a noisy door in here.
Kelly, your right to reply?
Yeah, look, Bruce, you've actually summed it up quite well. And just in reference to that lighting, I agree. And I feel like this is just so indicative of a journey, potentially of a story of what she's portraying, but also of the journey of her as a dancer. From going from a stop motion as such all the way through to the elevated, to then potentially, you know, having to retire. I can see so much narrative through the actual journey of the story. The anonymity of her expression too, I think, is really strong, and it just gives you such a voyeuristic look into this dancer's life. I think we can definitely, not asking for gold, definitely bring it up into the high silvers.
Yep. Kelly, your score holds at 88. All our judges, please rescore. And we do have some movement. 83, a silver award. Thank you very much, judges. If I can get a blank screen, please. Kelly, I might get you to have a little... Kelly, you guys are going to arm wrestle for who's Kelly 1 and Kelly 2 later on, I think. We're back in Kelly. Julie Ewing, I might get you to come back onto the panel for me, please. you're all logged in, Julie, we all have our next image, please. It's great to see so many people watching from the back row here. It's great to be, it's good to be on the live stream, but it's even better to be here in person. Come on down to Photographic Studies College down in South Melbourne. We'd love to see you down here. There's lots of photographers waiting to say hi. Just waiting on, who am I waiting? I'm missing Mark. Everything okay there, Mark? Yep. Few little technical gremlins in the system, but there we go. We have a silver award at 81. Very consistent judging from our judges. Most all pretty much in the silver range. Lacey, would I be able to get you to make a quick comment to this image, please?
Yeah, congratulations to the photographer. We've got a really sweet story here between this person and this little birdie. It's a bit of like a nod, like hello, a bit of a do. And the whites are beautifully controlled. And that the I don't know how to describe it, but you know, just the fog over that building, so you can still see it. There's just enough detail there, so well done.
Thank you very much for your comment. Much better. If I can get a blank screen, please. Mark said I might get you to step off, and Paul, I might get you to come back on here if that's all right. We'll have our next, if Paul, if you're ready to go, we'll have our next image, please. Of course, the great thing about coming to our live judging is you not only get to see the judges work as they go, they put themselves out there in front of a live audience. You also get to see 4 full rooms. We have 3 rooms of judging going on. We have individual critiques that you can book in with some of our amazing photographers. You can see the details for that on our website as well, but you get to have one-on-one time with some of the best photographers in the country, and I think it's something you're privileged to take advantage of, and really, because from what I know of the people here, they are more than willing to give their expertise and help grow and enhance this industry, and we love them for it. Judges, we can have some scores, please. And we have a very consistently scored 85, silver award. Thank you very much, judges. Lace, I just had you. Anybody want to make a comment? Paul, if you want to make a comment to the entrant.
Yeah, exquisitely constructed image. Everything flows into the subject. The pride and presence of him is very there. That little bit of personality of the ring. I'm still sort of contemplating what the little extra features are with the rocks in there. But, you know, the age or from the early 70s all the way through in terms of if you look at the detail, it's wonderfully designed. A little hint of asymmetry to just keep things a little bit interesting. And hard to sort of know how to improve in a way. I don't know, Kelly.
Kelly Brown, yeah, absolutely.
Do you know, I really wanted to go high with this. There were so many, what I like to call little Easter eggs in there. However, the dates are very clear on the magazines, and when you see so many of the one thing, you're kind of looking for more. And for me, I was looking at the dates, and then I'm looking down in the bottom left corner, and it was like 1967. And then on the other side of the frame, I'm looking for some type of journey in terms of a time frame, but yet there was 1967 on the other side as well. So when you are placing elements within a frame and you're trying to bring out a story, you do have to kind of think a little bit more ahead in terms of how other people will interpret the particular placement of elements.
Really quickly, Julia, if that's all right.
I was going to say, can we challenge?
Can we talk about it?
No, I think no. It's pretty much we're very consistent right across that range there. Yeah. So
it was 10 points. Yeah, because also there's double copies of a lot of them, and I'm going, why? Why is there 2 copies? It's not like one's pristine and one's well used. Like he's a collector. Well, he's obviously a collector. But yeah, and the rocks was that little thing. Why the rocks? Have they come from his foreign lands, smuggled in the pocket to go with the
Very good.
Really
Thank you.
well done.
Next image, please. Well done to the entrant. Lots of great discussion. Scores, please, chat.
Yeah, sorry, I got locked out again.
A couple of technical gremlins. Just waiting on the gremlins. That's okay. That's all right. Here we go. We have a score of 79, a commended image. And Julie's got her hand up straight away. She is on 86. She's going to challenge this image. Everyone else is in the commended range. Julia, have a 79 and 3 76s. So.
Yeah, I gave this one a silver, sorry, a shiny silver. An eclectic lounge, you feel like you want to sit in that other story and ask this man about his life, and he's obviously quite eccentric. Just why is he holding the teddy bear? Is he still, in a childlike mode? Yet all of his surroundings are very adult and of a much older generation. It leaves a lot of story about his life that I want to know more.
Bruce, yeah, you're on 76.
Yeah, I think that the image of this man is interesting, but the thing that got me was the highlight, that he's receding to the background and that chair at the front is, to me, more dominant. And I can't find the story of why there's an empty chair there, if there was like a picture of somebody else or something like that. So, and I find it technically fairly broadly lit, which I'm finding doesn't help it either. It just makes it a bit flat for me. But yeah, if I can get a bit more story, I think I'll come up.
Julia, write a reply.
Yeah, I think I'm struggling with the lighting with digital image. Like if this was print, you know, we know screens are brighter. So, yeah, toned down a little bit. But I don't need anyone else's photos there because I think this is such a controlled lounge that this is how he lives and no one else is going to, you know, move a thing in his lounge room. It's very precision placed everything, including him and his teddy bears and his expression. So I feel like it clinically describes what his personality is. And I guess that lighting becomes a little clinical in itself as well. So I've given it a nice shiny silver and urge my judges to come up over the line.
We'll score at 86 remains. If everyone else can rescore, please. The image stays at 79. But good to have a talk about these images. Thank you very much for your discussion. If I can have a quick blank screen, please. Kelly, Brown, I might get you to hop off for a second. Katie, if you hop back on for me, please. And if you're all ready to go, Katie, we might have the next image, please. Thank Godox very much for their sponsorship of this category, the Creative Digital category. A great prize that they're offering, and thank you very much for the support the people that support us. And we have a commended award at 77. A commended, thanks very much. Yeah, Paul, if you want to make a comment for the entrant, please. Give it a little round of applause, everybody. Commended, that's great.
Yeah, well done to the photographer. It's yeah, draws you in instantly with the brightness and the shape and the emotion of the eyes in particular. Where I feel like it could be improved a little bit more is a little bit more grace around the softness of lighting to lean into the femininity of the subject, and a little bit more awareness of hand placement, and even that little hint on the right of what could be a hand, it's not quite there, it's could be, and just a bit more subtlety with the lighting, I think, would just lift the essence of the beautiful grace of feminine form into the frame a bit more.
Yeah, that's great. Well, just before we go to the next image, Paul, I might get you to have a break. And Vanessa, I might get you to come back onto the panel for me, please. While she's making her way, speeding to the front of the room, as we all are, we'll have the next image, please. And we have a score here of 84 and a silver award. But I have a nod of the head, a knowing nod from Lacey. She is on 92 and in the gold range. And I see some fist pumps from the rest of from the gallery. So let's have a chat about this one. You have some 83 and 85 and 84 and are commended at 78 as well. So.
Yeah, so it's 6:45 on August 6, 2023. And the impact of this image actually made me feel incredibly emotional. I don't know what the tragedy is that is being portrayed, but everything about this image is screaming a story to me. The emotion of the subject, of the woman, and the warm lighting, and then you have this door open that is inviting, but not inviting, because the lighting is cool in there, and it's blue and it's sad. And so I'm imagining that perhaps whatever heartache has happened in that room, you've got the tissues by the TV, you've got the tissues in her hand, you've got the clock, like everything is pointing to this specific thing. And I really want to encourage my judges to have another look at this. Technically, I think it's been handled really well. The lighting is there, the shadows is there, the depth is there, the control is there. It's just an incredibly stunning image in every way for me.
Just before you go, Vanessa, I might get you just to have a quick chat, just to what you...
Yeah, I really appreciate Lacey speaking to the story, because I'm always drawn to a great story. Look, I was probably a bit harsh, but it was the lens distortion on the right-hand side, or there's a bit of just something in there that was throwing me off technically, but I shouldn't let... Sometimes we can let technical things slide if the story's so good. So if I keep hearing stories like this, I'm likely to move up.
Bruce? Yeah.
I was dead on the middle at 85, and I am coming up because, yeah, this story, I'm glad you challenged it, thank you. The thing that got me originally was like the TV on the left-hand side, but then after we've started this discussion, I realised there's tissues there, like used tissues. And the frame is fairly blank apart from those dates and stuff, but we don't need the rest of the clutter. That daughter, I'm going to go, has passed away or something's happened here. She's holding a picture. It doesn't look, you can't really tell, but it's there. It's in her hand. She has a tear under her eye. This is masterful, and I don't care about the technical or the distortion or anything like that. This deserves a gold. Thank you for challenging. Anybody else?
Anybody else? Lacey, I might give you a right of reply then. Lots of nods going on.
Yeah, just no matter the outcome, congratulations and well done to the photographer for such an incredible story.
Lacey, your score holds on 92. Everybody else, if we can have a rescore, please. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a gold award at 90. Congratulations to the author. Congratulations to our judging panel. A great discussion. Really great variety of opinions, variety of viewpoints. Fantastic discussion. Can we have the next image, please? we have a score of 79, a commended award, very consistently right across the board. Bruce, if you want to make a very quick comment for the, congratulations, a commended to the author.
Congratulations to the photographer. I think the thing I would say is it's lit beautifully and put together well, but check your perspective, because we're feeling like the camera is at her sort of chest, upper chest to eye level, but her the background actually doesn't fit to that perspective or where the camera's sitting.
Thank you very much. Next image, please. Said the winner of this category wins a trophy, and if you're Australian, the 2024 Australian Portrait Photographer of the Year. International, you win a trophy in the title of International Portrait Photographer of the Year. And the Australian winner goes in the running to win the overall Digital Photographer of the Year, winning a Nikon voucher for $5,000. And we'd love to thank Nikon for that amazing support. They're great supporters of the Australian Photographic Prize. We have our scores coming through. And we have a score here of 79. Oh, yes. Well, we can work it out amongst yourselves here. We have two judges on now, but Julie, we have Julie and Katie on 88. Julie, I think you were the first one up by a millisecond. So we might take your elective challenge here. You do have an 88, and we also have two 78s and 75.
Oh, come on. I've given this a lovely silver. It had a huge impact, and it's a very unusual viewpoint. Like, we drive, we see our children falling asleep. Whether this is the photographer's child, I don't know, but it just has this beautiful cinematic feel to it. You've got the motion outside the window, then this beautiful lighting on the child, the hair just, flowing there in the breeze. And it appears to me that they're sucking their fingers, even though this child is older. So it just gives me so much, what is going on here? That's a comfort thing. Why? There's a lot of darkness within the image, so that also brings me to, okay, there's something deeper that this child is seeking comfort. I'd really like to bring this up.
Vanessa, I'm at the other end of the scale at 75.
Well, look, and I see all that, and we love to holding these moments that are so special in a family's life. I couldn't understand the quite why it was so dark, because she's looking so sweet and serene, and I just got a bit caught up in the darkness of the bottom right-hand side, and perhaps just, if I'm going to be technical, a little bit more control of the lighting across the very broad neck.
Katie, you're also on 88. Here?
Yeah, wow. I actually, as I sat and looked at it, I started to feel my heart beating faster. For me, as someone who's very emotional and feelings driven, I really took that as a sign that I should have actually gone higher. And the more I look at it as we talk about it, it has more and more meaning for me. So, assuming this girl is, in her early teens, or even if she's a bit younger or a bit older, the same story is there. The darkness and the light at the same time. Like, there's a transition, there's a shadow, there's a deepening. There's the contrast between childhood and adolescence and then heading into adulthood. It's scary, it's intense, there's drama. I mean, anyone who's got a teenager knows there's a lot of drama. The lighting is dramatic, it's cinematic. There are so many incredible contrasts to look at in this, and I'm going to take this score even higher than what I did, because the more you look at it, the more it's there.
Julia, right of reply.
Yeah, I actually had a 9 in my thing first, so I should have stuck with it. Yeah, I'm like you, Katie. I get emotional and feel my heart rate go up. And it really drew me into what's the story. And it's that sucking of the fingers that I just don't understand, but it's really the emotional part for me. And I think it's a really beautiful, strong black and white portrait and deserves a high score.
Your score stays at 88. Everybody else is welcome to rescore. The image moves up to an 86, a silver award. Well done. If I can get a blank screen very quickly, please. Bruce, I might get you to swap with Mark for me, if that's all right. And Kelly, I might get you to swap with Lacey, if that's okay. And while we get logging in, we might have our next image up, please. As we said, you'll be able to find out who all the wonderful winners of all these great sections are at the awards, which are from Sunday from 4 p.m. onwards. The winners will be announced at the awards presentation here at the Photographic Studies College in South Melbourne. You'll be able to see all of the finalist images and celebrate all of the achievements of our wonderful photographers. Tickets, as we said, are available still on the website. And if you want to see some of the best photography that the country has to offer, come on down. It's really good to be here. Some scores, please, judges. And we have a score here of 89, a very high silver award. But I do have some nods from the front row as well here, and I think Kelly Brown is going to challenge on 93 from the gold range. She is able to challenge, even though
Heck
she's
yeah,
outside
I am.
4 points. So she's keen. Let's go.
Wow, when we think about the scoring range for a 90 and above, for me, this just ticks all the boxes. We've got impact, we've got design, we've got a level of emotion here that's awkward but serene. The control of light here and the color palette that's been presented here is just, it's unique. It's just beautifully crafted. And I would love to hear what my fellow judges have to say.
I might go to Vanessa, if that's okay, just to have a chat about her views.
Yeah, I'm stuck because while I appreciate her beauty and there's a unique pose, I can't get past the lighting on the side of the cheek and up onto the forehead, and the lighting that is hitting more of the background than on her herself. I'd love to have seen more shape and light in her arms, especially her right arm. I'm stuck there.
Mark, while you're here, you're pretty much just on the average at 88?
Yeah, thanks, Kelly, because I think I'm going to come up. The more I sit back and look at it, it's an overall piece of statue. They've lit it like an artwork, and I think the highlight on the cheek matching the background, it all forms a part of this kind of almost Art Deco-esque statue that's being presented with a missing foot. And I'm really starting to appreciate the narrative more as her as a piece of art on display rather than the specifics of that highlight on the cheek.
Kelly, I might give you for your right of reply. No? I think she's in agreement with you, yeah. Quickly then, Kelly,
Okay.
You're in the 90s.
Look, I'm just going to agree. I was already on 92. What Mark said was what I would have said, so.
Thank you. Yeah, Kelly, your right of reply.
Yes, she is a piece of art. Like, look at her. The one thing that did stand out for me when I first looked at this was that highlight on the cheek. But do you know what? Without there, I wouldn't be continually drawn back to that beautiful face. And that face is the subject. And all of the other elements that have been so beautifully crafted and put together frame her. You've got that beautiful circular frame behind her, and then it's balanced perfectly at that circular statue that she's standing on at the base. And there is a second foot there. Like, it's very subtle, but she's lifted that one leg into this beautiful pose, and it is awkward. It is disjointed within position. But it all flows beautifully from the top left corner down through the frame to the bottom of the frame, and then just draws you straight back up. So I know my judges are right there with me, and we're going to reward this image exactly what it needs.
Kelly holds at 93. Everybody else, please rescore. The image score is 91. Gold award, congratulations, great. We'll put up a quick blank screen. I might just change Katie if I can get you, and Kelly Barker, if I can get you to come back in, please. Next image, please. A great range of judges that we have, lots of who are very passionate about what they do, as you can hear, about what they're talking about. From a great range, we have documentary photographers, baby, family, and as I said, I can still see some people's hearts beating in the front row, which is great to see the passion that the judges have for work of Australian photography. If you want to see, we want to see who comes out the winner. Come along, 4 o'clock on Sunday. We'd love to see you. Some scores, please, judges. Just waiting on one more. Here we go. We have a score of 82, a silver award. And we'll take this. Now we have Kelly Brown who's on 92. And we'll take this as an elective challenge. She's straight up. She definitely wants to elective challenge, which means Kelly gets a right of reply. Let's go.
Do you know what? When we're judging photography competitions, you know, we get excited. And I'm excited. I'm excited because this is something I've not seen before. It's challenging me in a lot of different ways. There's 2 different images here, but the photographer's seen something and they've presented us with a unique perspective. I think this screams creativity. I think this has so many different levels that you can read into, and I'd love to hear what my other judges have got to say, because I'm sitting here at 92 and I'm thinking, you know, exceptional visual and emotional impact, superior level of original narrative concept and interpretation of subject. For me, that hits the description.
Mark, can I get you to talk? You're at the other end of the range, in the commended range at 76.
Yeah, for me, the portrait itself isn't strong enough to have legs. It's a lovely expression. I think it's sitting in that commended range, and then we have this process and technique that's been overlaid, and I think we're getting kind of. There's a temptation to award the technique rather than the portrait-based nature of these things. I would have been up there with Kelly had this been rotated clockwise 90 degrees and a little bit more space around it, because then we would have had this gazing up to the sky, all of the information falling down like rain out of that head. But I'm trapped on the technique and I'm lost to see the emotional narrative behind it.
Do you want to chat?
Yeah, look, I scored it a good silver. I was thinking, teenage kids sometimes don't want to be photographed, and what an awesome portrait to have if that's the case, because it's an art piece. Why I didn't go higher was just the muddiness around the high-key face, and I'm seeing it, and I don't know, it could be my eyes, but a muddiness off her face into the white. And so more definition there with a crisper white would have sent me up higher, but it's a really lovely idea.
Kelly, you want to reply for us?
Yeah, I'm hearing what my fellow judges are saying, and I understand their perspective. I'm looking at this, I think, from a different level. When I look at that face, there's a sense of wonder, there's a sense of mystery, and it's a young child. And when you think about a young child, some of them don't want to come to the surface. They like to sit back. I would really love to see the photographer rewarded with presenting us with something unique, something different, something compelling that has, I don't know, just it's captured something special here, and I think that it deserves to be rewarded.
Kelly, your score at 92 holds. Can I get everybody to pre-score, please? And it has come up. We are an 85, right in the middle, silver. Congratulations to And I'll have the next image, please. Also on Sunday, if the awards weren't enough, from 2 till 4 we'll have a panel led by Tony Hewitt. We'll be discussing AI and our photography futures and the image to legacy, establishing your photographic legacy. It's included in the awards ceremony ticket, and of course which are available on the wonderful website. There's absolutely so much to do down here over the weekend. Come along and see the judging. Come along and have a talk to Nikon, who are out the front. See the demonstrations, hear the talks, and of course, see the wonderful winners. Just waiting on Julie. Give us a score, please. And we have an 85, a silver award. Very consistent judging right across the range. Kelly, do you want to make a quick comment while do this?
Yeah, I do. Wow, what a striking portrait of these 5 very individual, strong women. I love the posing. The lighting's been handled really, really well. For me to take it up into the next scoring range, which I was so tempted to do, would just be to correct the posing and positioning of the fingers on the lady in the middle, just pointing those fingers down a little bit more, some more, so we can prevent some of that foreshortening, to create a little bit more of that triangle, which would have gone really well with the way that they've been posed. The background as well, that texture's just a little distracting, but
Thanks
well done.
Very much. We've just swapped out Mark Zed for Paul Holland. We'll have our next image, please. Scores coming in. And we have a score of 80. Silver award, right on the mark. There, and Paul, if you want to make a quick comment.
I think it's pretty brave and fun to offer us such an energetic kind of window into the exploration of a young woman's journey with her strength, her power, her self-expression, and her relationship with her body, and offering a few different elements and areas to move into that is really wonderful. I think you could be a little bit more subtle and graceful with the lighting perhaps, and with the vignetting sort of component of it to allow it to flow together a little bit more nicely, but from a presentation point of view. But really enjoy this. I'm on strong silver.
Thanks, Paul. We've just swapped out Julie Ewing for Lacey Barrett's come in to with the judging. Some more great comments. We'll see the next image, please. Scores are starting to come through from our judges. Just waiting on one more.
Sorry.
Here we go. We have a. You're good. We have a silver award at 80. Nessa, I might get you to make a quick comment while we're going, just very quickly. Very solid scoring.
The getting up to have a look at this image and delving in deep to the back is really rewarding. There's so many cookies, so we can keep our eye for a long time, and a little bit more facial expression would have pushed me a bit higher.
Fantastic. Thank you for that great comment. Next image, please. Sure, absolutely. Katie, can I get you to come? The great things about our judging system is we allow our judges for any reason whatsoever to step off an image, and that's why we have a great panel of judges in reserve, able to step in at any time, take a look at the image and give it a score. Scores, please, judges. Just waiting on Katie's to come through. We have a 79, very high commended. And Paul's got his hand straight up in the air for an elective challenge. Grab the microphone, Paul. You're on 84. You do have an 82 and 3 commendeds around the 78. Let's have a chat.
Yeah, just 1 point to come over the line. I feel a lot of things here. It's quite complex visually. It has a certain sort of asymmetry to it that adds a little bit of dynamism. There's different lines and angles to move around. There's an unusual intersection with her face right on the eyes, which brings you in to a very pointed place. And I feel like from a narrative perspective, it's a young woman's sort of exploration of her place as an archetype in the woman and the structure of her culture and the lineage of age and what's come before her that's sort of potentially presented to us with a very feminine kind of aspect to who she's related to and who she is as a woman and her place. So I'd love to have a longer conversation about this and maybe lean into some of those aspects.
Kelly Brown, I might get you to have a chat at 76 for me in the commended range.
Do you know, I really enjoyed this image for all of those reasons. For me, though, from a technical perspective, there's just a few colour casts there going on within the skin tones, especially around that chin area on her face, and then the reds in her hand at the bottom of the hat there, and just where they're slightly cropped out. So a little bit more control over those skills, and then some of the highlights in the dress as well. But for me, yeah, it's to come up. I want to see a little bit more, but I'm willing to listen.
Might, Paul, while you're there, you're right to reply.
Yeah, I'm quite confident with the aspects of what I spoke to that lifted into a narrative space and a cultural space and a space around genealogy and femininity and a place in culture. You're completely correct. I noticed those straight away, Kelly, and from a technical point of view, that's right there. I don't feel like it's enough to not allow that narrative strength to give it a level of award and a nod to something a lot deeper and a lot more beyond. So it's up to you guys whether that line is willing to be crossed.
It was scored a 79.
1 point.
Paul is on 84. He holds his score at 84, and judges, please rescore. No, your score holds. Just wait for Kelly's one. Right. Just do it again, please. One more little gremlin, but I think we're going to get where we're going to. We have an 82 and a silver award. Thank you very much, everybody. Next image, please. If you're all about, these are digital images, but we also have print images being judged this weekend. And if you want to learn everything there is about printing, we have award-winning photographers Furu Yavar and Rocco Ancora, printing legend Michael Marlborough. Wish I was called a printing legend. No one's ever called me that. They'll be in the trade area today from 1 o'clock to 2 o'clock. Come along if it's not too late. I'm sure they'd love to see you there. You can get lots of information. So we are in the digital portrait in the creative category, sponsored by Godox. Thank you very much to them for their support of us all. Scores, please, judges. Yeah, just coming through. One to come from Paul. And we have an 83, a silver award. Very consistent judging right across the range there. Kelly, very quick, Kelly Barker, if you're okay, grab the microphone. And just have a quick word for the entrant. Very consistent scoring.
The expressions in this are phenomenal, and the narrative is amazing. I would just love to have seen a little bit more detail and a little bit less muddiness to bring it up.
Thank you very much. Next image, please. Very consistent judging again from our judges, all in that silver range. That's what we like to see, even though we have diverse backgrounds. We're all here for the betterment of the industry and to reward and set the standard for our industry. And we have right on the button an 80 silver award. Thank you all our judges. We're all very close around that range. Lacey, I might get you to have a quick comment for the entrant here.
Yeah, well done to the photographer. The story here is quite strong. We've got this kind of old school thing on the left and then this modernization here on the right. I think what would have elevated it for me would just be the posing and the consistency between the two. Otherwise, fantastic job.
Thank you very much for your comment. We might make some quick judge changes. Paul and Bruce, if you can come in here, and I might bring, let's see, who's catching my eye first? Yeah, Vanessa, can I get you to come in for Kelly Brown? That's all right. And while they're jumping chairs, we will have the next image, please. Lots of looks at our wonderfully calibrated monitors here, of course. ISO, how do we say it? ISO. Not like a Nikon thing. That's right. I have one. I think we all have one. We have very consistent scoring from our judges again. We have an 80 and a silver award. Katie, Katie, do you mind making a quick comment while we talk about this? You're right on the average there at 80.
Yeah, look, really high impact and beautiful shapes, so much to look at. Yeah, really enjoyed it. Well done to the photographer.
Fantastic, thank you for that. Next image, please. Very consistent scoring. Our judges are all nodding in agreement. All of these images will go in the running for the Australian Digital Photographer of the Year award, which awards the photographer with a $5,000 voucher from Nikon, and there's some great new cameras, and they're out in the front here. You can come and talk to the good Nikon people while you're here. They're very, very nice, and they'll let you play with all their new toys. There's lots of great new things out there, so come along and support the people who support us greatly. Scores coming in. Who are we missing here? There we go. We have a score of 80, a silver award here. We do have one judge. I'm actually going to challenge this award as the power. I just want to talk about sort of what we've seen in modern portrait and found images and constructed images, and then the elements within the image, like how this has been constructed. Just have a look at the image again and just consider the elements. And look, Vanessa, I might get you to have a chat first. This is an automatic challenge, so everybody gets the chance to rescore. There is no right of reply. We have a range. We have an 84, we have an 82, an 80, a 78, and a 78.
I really appreciate the narrative of this piece, and this is the life of a concert cellist right here in this image. They'd be mid-rehearsal or between rehearsal and performance, and she's just got to take a moment to catch her breath and have a rest. But it's, the cello case itself has become its own subject. Then we talk about the technical elements. It's very beautifully handled. There's no screaming highlights or eyes drawn to where I say the photographer would like us to go. And then the vintage feel of it really adds to the story too. The colour palette is really quite conducive to the story that they're trying to tell.
Thanks, Vanessa. Yeah. Lacey, you said you wanted to have a quick chat?
Yeah, I'm really glad that we're chatting about this because I was quite modest in my score because I was struggling to see where this person was. So thank you for pointing that out, Vanessa. But something else that kind of was holding me back was that fire extinguisher. It just looks like the luminance might have been fiddled with just a little bit, and it's a bit off. And I recognize that was probably done to make all of the reds match. But that also kind of kept me out. But I'm listening because I agree that this is a beautiful portrait and that the story is there. So thanks.
Bruce looks like he wants to have a quick word.
Yeah, I saw this story straight away, being in concert places like green rooms and that. They're never pretty. They're quite barren as much as you think the glamour's there. But yeah, I think the thing that definitely held me back is the technical saturation on the fire extinguisher, the actual, the sign above it, but also the floor is quite muddy and it's quite distracting to me. I feel like there's something going on there, but story-wise, I think it's great. Thank you.
I think we've heard some encouraging comments there, and as I said, just talk about how I find how the elements all sort of go and track you where you want to be and push that story along. Again, we're talking about found and arranged elements, so it's a good discussion. Judges, please rescore. Had a little bit of movement, and we are at 82, a silver award. Next image was a great chat, everybody. Good to talk about images. And we have an 82, a silver award. Very good scoring right across the range there. Vanessa, we might get you to have a quick talk about just a comment for the entrant.
Such a beautiful shape, turning the body into a sculpture, and the lighting really adds to that story, to add that element of tone and shape.
Fantastic, thank you very much. Great comments there for the entrant. Congratulations on the silver award. We're making some judge changes in the background here. Paul is coming in. Paul Holland and Mark Zed for Lacey and Bruce. We'll have our next image, please. Some great discussions going on here. Lots of information for the entrants. Said over the weekend, if you come down to the judging, you can see what an amazing facility we're on here in Photographic Studies College in South Melbourne. I'm very grateful for the use of this great facility. And they're competing like everybody else for the Education Award. You get to tell everybody how great they are or compete against all the other ones. We'll soon see. Scores are coming in. Just waiting on. Here we are. We have a 76 and a commended. Very consistent judging right across the board here. Give us a clap for a commended award, everybody. Well done to the entrant. I think, yes, a very, very dynamic image here. Perhaps just a little more, looking at control through the lighting and where the lighting falls, and just really making sure that everything we want to see is there is what can perhaps lift that up into the next range. And we've got a lot of nods from the judging panel. I love it when they agree with me. Next image, please. Some scores coming in. And we have a commended score at 75. All our judges very close right across the range there. Paul, I might get you to make a comment. No, you're okay. Kelly, yeah, thank you. Do you want to make a quick comment?
There's some really interesting narrative in here. I just can't get past some of the technical hiccups.
And some of the technical we can see, perhaps some of the highlight control here, and even just some of the leaking of the light from the edges here. So, but there's lots of nodding from here, but certainly an interesting narrative being developed here. So, congratulations for commended to the photographer. Next image, please. Scores, please, judges. Once again, some very consistent scoring. We have a 78 in the Commended Award. Congratulations to the photographer. Katie, do you want to have a quick chat to this image?
Sure. I really enjoy the colour palette of this, and I think we can probably all agree that this is a very striking subject to photograph in terms of expression, and there's a lot to like about it. I think I would have liked to have seen a different crop, maybe a little more space, just to really bring us into the face a little more, like a square crop perhaps, or a horizontal crop, because there's a beautiful little shape happening there, which is quite intriguing. But yeah, I really enjoyed it. Well done.
Fantastic. Thank you for your comments. We've had a quick judge change in the middle of all that. We're super too. Julie Ewing has come back in here for Claire Barker. We'll see the next image, please. We love all our judges who are giving up. We'd love to see you down here, all those people out in the live stream. Are they making any nice comments out there? I don't know if we can comment on the live stream, but good to see, good to see people commenting on YouTube. Great. I usually don't read the comments, but good on you guys for doing that. Great to see people interested. Some scores coming in. And we have a 75, a commended. Congratulations, and a nice big round of applause. Thank you very much. A comment from, who's looking like a... Mark, do you want to go? He glanced at me last. Mark, give a comment to the entrant.
Yeah, just a little comment on motivational light, and I think the inclusion of the overhead fluoro is slightly distracting, and maybe just consider where that placement of the arm and the doll intersects the hard black at the bottom there. Maybe just an arm lift might have just brought it up a little.
All right, thank you very much. Lots of agreement. We'll have the next image, please. scoring very hard here. Lots of judging. There's plenty of rooms. Four rooms you can come and visit. 3 rooms of judging and our great critique rooms where you can come and get one-on-one mentoring and information on your images. I think it's an opportunity that you should definitely not miss out. Don't be nervous. We're really nice people. Got some scores coming in. And we have a score of 85 and a silver award. But I have a hand in the air and a wry smile from the middle of the panel from Mark Zed. He is on 91 and he is looking very keen to have a chat about this. You have an 86 and everyone 82s and 83s. So let's have a talk about this image.
Magical self-love. The hands seem like they're otherworldly, like it's not actually her hugging her, it's like her spirit and her soul is reaching around her body to embrace her. The sheer bliss in that expression, the whimsical nature of the flyaway hairs. This, for me, it's just superbly striking, high visual impact, great narrative connection with the camera. It's got everything going on that I believe a gold should be.
Yeah, Paul, do you want to have a quick chat? You're on 82, Silver Age.
Yeah, the level of grace and emotion and matriarchal femininity in here is just oozing through every pore of this image. I particularly enjoy that upper hand. If you look at it closely, it almost merges into her neck like they're the one thing. Where I feel like I maybe it's missed a little bit for me narratively is an obvious studio context. I was trying to imagine this earth goddess energy in a forest scene or something more organic, to really lift that magical feeling of immersion into that soul-like sort of element that I think is a slight discord to me in a studio kind of space. But I'm listening.
Yeah, I enjoy a lot of the things that you said, Mark, but where it pulls me down is I don't understand why the hair is moving around. So I guess I want to understand that because it seems to be such an obvious part of the image. I can forgive the background as well. Like I probably would prefer to see this in a natural setting as well, but the background's okay. It's the hair that I'm confused about. So I'd love if someone could address that.
Yeah, do you want to have a quick chat?
I saw that as like her being lifted to her next destination in whatever, take that story as far as you want it to go. But, you know, she's embracing herself as she's lifted off this place to another place. Why I couldn't go further is because of the background that doesn't support that image and the highly over-sharpened hair that almost looks like wire. Those two elements were addressed, I would definitely be higher.
Mark, you're right to reply.
Yeah, look, I can appreciate all of the comments and take them on board. I think the nature of the multiple background, I think that kind of, it's been a very considered choice. The hair, it's part of the energy around her. I think with static hair and no motion, no movement, it's the contrast between the motion of the hair and the serenity in the face that really grabs me. And that's what I find, gives it that almost magical quality where it is just, it's self-embrace, and I love it.
Judge Mark is on 91 and a gold award. He's imploring you to come up or see what you want to do. Judges, please rescore, however you see fit. We do have a slight bit of movement here. We're at 86, a good high silver. I think we all saw the dynamism and it's almost the static electricity and the dynamism. I think that's everyone really picks up on and very successful image. Congratulations to the entrant. Next, let's have the next image, please. This image scores 76 and a commended award. Very consistent judging right across the board, and I think, you know, we've got an interesting subject that everyone recognises here, perhaps playing with the crop and the technical and sort of telling us a little bit more, something that brings us a bit more of the personality and life to the image, I think is what can lift that up into the next level. But lots of nods and lots of consistent scoring. Thank you, judges. We'll have our next image, please. And that's it. We are finished. Congratulations. Well done to everybody. Well done to our judges. Thank you very much to Godox who supported this category, the Portrait Digital Creative Digital category. They are providing a Godox Lighting Prize of $1,000 for the winner of the Australian Portrait Photographer of the Year and supported this category. Thank you very much, everybody, for your time. We hope you enjoyed listening. Well, lots more to come. We'll see you soon. Thank you very much to our judges.
Introducing ISO Color Edge. Precision is essential for any professional working with images. Whether you're an artist, a retoucher, or a visual effects specialist, you need to know that what you see at the start of a project is precisely what you'll get at the end. Color Edge monitors give consistent, reliable accuracy that guarantee no surprises within your color workflow. So what you see in real life is what you see on screen, and what you see on screen is what you see in real life. That's precisely why professionals all over the world trust ISO Color Edge for their image creation. ISO Color Edge. Discover living, breathing color.
Satin Premium RC is a resin-coated paper with an alpha cellulose backing, and it's got a really soft, smooth surface that almost looks like a matte paper, except it's got that extra bit of black density and contrast and image sharpness that give it its satin-like quality. It's reminiscent of traditional darkroom RC papers, and honestly, I was really surprised when I tried this paper for the first time. It's got great black density, great contrast, great image sharpness. The colors are really vibrant, but it also has adds a nice softness to the highlights that give it its satin look and feel. And because of that, it's a paper that works with a whole variety of images when you want the look of a photographic type paper, especially if you're matting and framing your images. Satin Premium RC is one of my favorites.
We only get one shot at this life thing. Might as well make an extraordinary one. Like maybe there was always a little seed in us that demanded more of life, or like to go out there and get some.
I want to empower women with the skills and confidence to explore the backcountry and to pursue anything they dare to dream.
We're in a pretty hectic zone.
No one will ever understand how hard it is.
Oh my God, we've lost our minds. We'll all be talking about that trip for the rest of our lives.
As image makers, we need to look around. We need to see the world. We need to go to museums. We need to go to galleries so we can understand the use of colour and light and shadow. In that respect, everything needs to be considered. If there's a rule for the images that we're trying to make, they shouldn't just appeal to architects. They should be images that, when framed, your grandmother falls in love with it and wants to hang it on her wall. So the purpose of our image making is not to recreate a photograph. We have the ability to play with light, to play with atmosphere that potentially makes that image more visually engaging. This is our perception of reality. There's an understanding of the colour within a composition. So that colour palette is often driven by the colour in a brick, or the timber, or the floor. The image in its entirety needs to harmonise. As well as photography, there are painters that we look at. The way that they have painted with colour and tone and light, they're in museums. And it kind of occurred to me that we are recording the architecture of our time. We want to celebrate those images by framing them and put them on a wall. So in years to come, could you have a museum where there are digital paintings that people want to come and visit? A song can be broken down into different elements. They all play a part in the composition of that soundtrack. There'll be something about that song that makes you want to play that song over and over again. And maybe each time you'll pick up on different elements. If we make a successful image, you'll want to look at it over and over again. Maybe the more that you look at it, you will then pick up the fact that there's leaves on the ground, or there's dapple shadow in the corner, or there's a figure in the window. So there's thought into every aspect.
Canson Baryta Photographic is a silky smooth satin paper reminiscent of traditional darkroom Baryta prints. It offers excellent black density, probably the highest on the market, together with great image contrast and detail. One of the things I'm often asked is how Baryta differs from platine fiber rag, a similar paper. And it differs in two distinct ways. Number one, it's definitely a smoother paper, and also it's an alpha cellulose paper, whereas platine fiber rag is a cotton-backed paper. Now, Baryta does contain some natural brightening agents, and I say natural because it's inherent in the barium sulfate coating that gives Baryta its beautiful finish. But it's still considered a museum-grade paper and meets all industry standards for longevity. And really, it's a paper that works well with a whole variety of images, color of course, but it especially shines with black and white, where rich blacks and deep contrast is important. So if you're fond of darkroom prints and you want a paper that has a rich satin finish, then Baryta Photographic is definitely one to consider.
Introducing ISO Color Edge. Precision is essential for any professional working with images. Whether you're an artist, a retoucher, or a visual effects specialist, you need to know that what you see at the start of a project is precisely what you'll get at the end. Color Edge monitors give consistent, reliable accuracy that guarantee no surprises within your color workflow.
Welcome everybody, the Australian Photographic Prize. Here, I think it's starting to be sunny Melbourne now, which is great to see. We are here for the Digital Creative Pet and Animal category. And this creative division is sponsored by Godox. In this category, entries must reflect the appearance, essence, or personality of the pet or animal depicted in the image. Partial capture of form or shape rather than a whole animal may be better off in creative categories. Humans may be seen, however, they should not be the main element of the image. The full range of post-production and digital manipulation techniques, including composites, are permitted. All elements of an entry must be 100% photographic in origin. And we again thank our category sponsor, Godox. Godox is a lighting equipment expert and innovator of gear for photographers, videographers, filmmakers, and people everywhere. The Australian winner of the Pet and Animal category wins a trophy, the title of 2024 Australian Pet and Animal Photographer of the Year. They also go into the running to win the Creative Division and a Godox Lighting Prize worth $1,000. The international winner of the Pet and Animal category wins a trophy and the title of 2024 International Pet and Animal Photographer of the Year. The Australian winner will go in the running to win the overall Australian Digital Photographer of the Year prize. They win a Nikon Australia voucher valued at $5,000. And we thank our sponsors, Godox and Nikon, here very much for supporting these great events. We have an amazing panel of judges for you right here. We have Mr. Alan Moyle, Fiona Hanbury, Jackie Dean, Julie Ewing, Katie Collenberg, Nathan Madigan, Victoria Mackay, sorry, why did I say Mackay? That was silly of me, wasn't it? And of course, Kelly Brown. I'm not sure why you keep getting put at the end of the list because, you know, that doesn't seem to be alphabetically right, does it? But she is here with us, as we all are for this category. We're going to do a quick run through of the images in this category. Our judges are up the front running and we will start the run through now, please. See if it gets to come up. Is it still in the last category, perhaps? Maybe. Is it still logged into the last category? Yeah, that's driven from a different thing, so maybe this one. We just have just some technical issues here, folks. Is it probably not logged into the next category? How do we get it out of this screen?
I appreciate the negative space. Just reminds me of a sense of fast. It reminds me of the Simon & Garfunkel. Can you get
we just mute the mics if that's okay? Just mute the mics if that's okay.
I printed it for you.
Cheers, Chris. The judges are just looking through at the run through of the images here within this category. Here we go. Very good. So, on panel at the moment, we have Kelly Brown, who's going to go first this time rather than last, just for good. Julie Ewing, Alan Moyle, Nathan Madigan, and Katie Collenberg. We have the wonderful Jackie Dean, Victoria Mackay, and excuse me, Fiona Hanbury are waiting in the wings. And that's right, we've got 8 judges. Let's go. Let's have a good one, judges. First image, please. An amazing range of images being shown and judged here at the Australian Photographic Prize here at Photographic Studies College. Come on down in the next few days. Tickets are available on the website. Some scores, please, judges. We have a score of 79 and Julie has got her hand straight up in the air. And she is on 92, which we'll take as an elective challenge. It gives you a right of reply. You are 10 points outside the average, but we can take it as an elective challenge. It gives you a right of reply. You have an 84 in the middle of silver and 3 commendeds in 78 to work with. So let's have a chat.
This is just such a fun collection of images throughout the week. I don't think it's really depicting the dog, it's the owner. So the owner starts off on Monday feeling, pretty polished. And as the week goes on, doesn't have time to groom the dog, make sure the hair's parted correctly, make sure the bow tie's on. So it's just this, as the week gets longer, so does, the lack of grooming and time. And it's beautifully printed. The background is just a beautiful, subtle, magical pastel colour that suits the dog perfectly, and then just this alteration of the dog throughout the week. It's telling such a great story of their family life. I implore you to bring your scores up and be a little more bold.
Kelly, you're in a commended range. Can I get you to have a chat?
Yeah, I really enjoyed this image. The display of personality here across those weekdays is very fun. I think it's got it's a great take and a very different perspective on this type of portrait. However, I think to take it up into that next scoring range, I would have liked to have seen more. For me, the background, I feel, doesn't quite add to the narrative. I feel a bit of a disconnect there, but I am willing to listen.
Nathan, you're also on 78?
Yeah, I'll tell you why I gave it a highly commended, and then you can tell me why this should be in silver instead of staying on highly commended. One image would just be fine because, like you said, the technicals are great, the lighting is great, the expression is there. We've got 5 images, the expression is similar, but that's fine because what we're seeing is the unflappability of a puppy dog's expression in any given situation. So I can work with that. I gave it highly commended because we can see the hairstyle changes and the dishevelness, and I know that this photographer put a great deal of effort in to expand the story. But I'm also with you, Kelly, that the story didn't expand too much. So it's a strong, highly commended, but I'm listening.
Julia, right of reply?
Yeah, for me, the continuity of that background is what glues it all together whilst the subject alters. And so Monday, the dog's smiling too, and then the rest of it, it's a little more serious. But even by the Thursday, the ears are looking a little like my dog does when he runs through the creek. So it's just this great narrative of a family life and how, things all go downhill from Monday. I really think that's a really great descriptive way of showing that, and I think it deserves a gold.
Julie's score of 92 stays with us. Everyone else invited to rescore, please. Waiting on a rogue phone. Yeah. Here we go. And we have movement, an 83 and a silver award. Well done to our panel for a great set of comments and great discussion. Move the points up. So thank you very much. Next image, please. Scores coming in. We have an 80, a silver award. Yes. And I do have a hand from the panel as well. Katie's on 85 here. She is 5 points outside the average, or the advertised score, so she's able to challenge. So let's go. You have an 80 and 82 and 2 in the commended range.
Okay, I think this is hilarious, and it's like they're 3 brothers or 3 sisters or 3 siblings who all have their own role in the family. You've got the one in the middle that I see it as the eldest, and he's like, I don't know why I think he's a he, but I just do. He's like in charge. He's like going to provide the foundation. Then you've got like the rogue sibling who's like, I'm going to do the trick. I am the greatest. And then you've got the long-suffering other sibling who's kind of like, okay, so I'm the smallest, so you've put me down here, great, And their expressions are really telling that beautiful personality story. And then the setting, it's just so beautiful. It's obviously been set up to be this, perfect portrait, and that's not quite how it's turned out. And I think, tonally it's gorgeous to look at. The beautiful different colours are differentiated. The processing is quite exquisite. There's not really anything to fault, but I just think I wanted to reward it for that extra level of personality and storyline.
Kelly, you scored it in the commended range. Can we get you to talk?
I did, and I enjoy everything that you've just mentioned, Katie. I think this is a portrait that any pet owner would love to have of their 3 completely different dogs. For me, I feel like there is a big disconnect between them and the environment that they've been photographed in. I feel like it's sort of like a set almost, and perhaps a different focal length or even a different depth of field here could have improved that. There's just that sort of hazy contrast of the background to that very sharp sort of contrast of the subjects themselves, and then the dog on the ground, just the loss of pause there as they go completely green into the foreground there, for me just didn't quite sit from a technical perspective, but I am really enjoying their personalities and I'm willing to listen.
Alan, did you want to add something here?
Again, I'm kind of with both of you in the same place. Like, I noticed the pause being missing. I want to see a little bit more there, and that background again. The main distraction here is like I go straight to
the main dog's butt and see the fence, and that's kind of where I always end up. And I want to come back to these expressions, but I'm happy this has actually gotten to that silver range, so I'm happy where it kind of sits right now. But if we can bring something in, I might come to the party.
Your right of reply.
Well, a couple of points can make a big difference. So I think it's great that we're having a chat about it. I think the way I interpret this is that it wasn't the original intention of the shot. If you think about like 3 siblings or 3 family members, they've been told to do this specific thing. They didn't want to do the thing, they wanted to do their thing. And so that's why I think it's been put in this particular setting. It was like going to be a perfect portrait of 3 dogs sitting next to each other, looking wonderful. And instead it's turned into this action shot, which speaks of their personality. Okay, I can see a few technical things now that you've pointed that out to me, but I don't think they're enough. I mean, that could have brought it up into the gold range if those technical things had been addressed. But I think, where it's sitting in that solid silver range is really great. And if you could just find that connection with the humour of the story and the spontaneity of the story, and also technically, it's a pretty hard shot to get right, to just bring it up a few more points, I think that'd be really great.
Fantastic. Your score holds at 85. Everybody else is welcome to rescore. Thank you. Julie and Alan, here we go. And we have a score of 82, so we did move it a few points. Again, good discussion, judges. Thank you for your time. Next image, please. There's lots going on down here at Photographic Studies College. We have a Hands-on Infinity workshop all about printing with the amazing Faru Yavari and Rocco Ancora, and printing legend, who I've said I want to be called a legend someday, hopefully when I'm not dead, Michael Marlborough in the trade area. There's some guy with a voice who sounds a lot like mine also doing one, talking about how to just find a little bit extra from your stuff. Jackie Dean's going to be watching me from the front row, aren't you, Jackie? That's some scores coming through. This image is awarded commended at 77. A very consistent judging right across the range. Give it a clap, everybody. That's great. It's in an award range. Julie, you're right on the average there. Do you want to give us a quick comment?
It's an absolutely beautiful image of this little dog. Lovely colour palettes and tones. A couple of things. The chair to me looks to be listing to the left, so a little bit of straightening there. And there's a few little black spots on the image underneath the chair. But yeah, beautifully done. Thank you for your comments. Some good stuff there for the entrant. We'll have the next image, please. The judges are all from a variety of backgrounds. We have family photographers, we have pet photographers, we have documentary photographers, travel photographers, photographers of the year. We have, goodness, fellows of the institute, old institute here. What we have is a wide range of experience, which is great to see people giving up their time. Now just actually, we should mention we do have artist statements here. We do have an artist statement, so I might just get a blank screen for a second if that's okay. The entrants are allowed to enter an artist statement into this category. Yes. And I might get, so very quickly, while we've got a blank screen, I might get Ashton just to read that artist statement out. Yep. And then just have a quick re-look at that image with that statement.
Yep. Mackie and Chase captured in full flight jumping over a log together at Rouse Hill, Regional Park, Sydney, New South Wales.
Putting the image back up, just have another quick look at it, judges, for me, given now you have that information. And we have an 80, a silver award. And we do have very consistent judging right across the mark there. Katie, do you very quickly want to just give some advice for the entrant?
Oh, this is just really engaging, high level of skill to capture such a beautiful moment. I love the dog on the right looking back at at the other dog as if to say, did I make it? Did I make it? Well done.
Thank you very much. We're doing a quick judge change here. We've got Julie going out and Jackie Dean coming in. Alan, while you're here, get on the mic and very quickly.
You've look at your highlights. You've sort of left to right, dark to brightness. Maybe if the brightness on the right had been toned down a little bit, just to bring you right into the dog, so it would have lifted it up a bit higher.
Thanks very much, guys. We'll have the next image, please. All of the winners from there will be announced at 4 o'clock at Sunday here at Photographic Studies College. Come along, there's tickets on the website. Come along and see who the winners are. The event won't be live streamed, so you have to be in it to win it. We'd love to see you all down here. And come along and see what is some of the best imagery in Australia. Some scores coming in, judges.
Sorry, I have to log in every time.
Have a look at your screensaver settings or something like the power settings. Right?
Sorry? No.
Yeah. Just waiting on one. Who am I waiting on? Here we go. We have an 81, a silver award. A very consistent judging right across the thing there. Everyone is in that silver range or close enough. Alan, do you want to quickly give a comment?
Great. Little story been put together here in terms of, I can sort of see this as going from the lockdown and having really sad, and then going down to the bottom corner where there's more light. There's still a little bit of hope because the dogs had that human connection after the kennel has been cleaned. So I feel it's been put together very well. I'd maybe look through that middle section too. You might have had a little bit too much foreground that doesn't actually add to the story. That could bring it together.
Thanks very much. Do you want a quick comment?
I will do a quick comment because it's the story that held me back from going a little bit further. This photographer is all over it, ready to tell the story, but we just needed the dog to return. It seems a little bit inconsistent. Some of these individual images are just spectacular, but we need the dog to be walking back to that corner, not continuing unless the dog reversed. So there's just a few story breaks that polished up. This is a lonesome journey that could really go high.
Thanks very much. Some great stuff and lots of nods from our panel there. So let's have the next image, please. Waiting on 2 scores. Here we come. And we have a score of 77, a commended image. Are we happy with that score, everybody? Okay, we'll leave it at that score, I think. That's a commended image. Thank you very much, everybody. So do you want to make a comment? I'd love you to make a comment.
Yeah, I'm right on that average. What a beautiful dog and an incredible location. I think to elevate this image, perhaps a different focal length that could help isolate the dog a little more so that it wasn't competing with some of those distracting lines in the background.
Thanks very much, yeah. Some nods.
Do you want us to clap for every community as well?
Why not? It's a great reward. They're awarded, so why not? We'll have the next image, please. we said, got these wonderful judges sitting in here, giving us their expertise and their opinion. We thank them very much for all their hard work. We hope the entrants get something out of it too, whether you're live stream or whether you're here. We'd love to see you here, of course. It's the best way to be. We have one score missing. Just waiting on Jackie. Here we go. And we have a score of 76, a commended image. Happy with that?
Well,
do you want to check? You can challenge if you want.
Am I anybody close to me?
You have some people in the commended, 2 people in the commended range as well. So let's have a talk about it. Jackie's going to give it a challenge. So she's on 82. And you have 2 people in the commended range, a 75 and 78, and a 72 and a 74. So.
Oh, right, okay. Well, I've given it a low silver, but I still feel that it deserves to be in that range, in the silver range. The dog's very passive, but he's beautifully sharp, and you can see his character in his face. Lovely location. And I just think that a silver award is well deserving.
Alan, would you like to?
Yeah, I love the texture that you get through the rocks and through the fur and how it all kind of matches together. I feel compositionally it's very nice. The one thing, well, a couple of things here is that I feel the vignette is kind of a little bit heavy around the top of the rocks and over into the sky. But then you've also got a bit of haloing around the dog's face and to the sky. So where the sky has been darkened, it's been darkened too much, but then hasn't kind of connected to the dog as well as it could have been, which, because easily things can easily be replaced and fixed up again, but just, yeah, not quite up to that standard.
Jackie, you're right to reply?
Yeah, I miss that fringing just around the edge there with the vignette, but it's still a lovely little dog.
Image score is 76 currently. Jackie's on 82. Everybody can give it a quick rescore, please. And there's a 77, and it's still a commended image. So well done to the photographer. If we've got a blank screen, we might make a couple of changes. Nathan, I might get you to hop off for Fiona. And Katie, I might get you to swap with Victoria, if that's all right. And while they're coming in and doing all this wonderful thing, we'll have our next image, please. Of course, if you know the photographers, you know they work hard here and they're going to play hard at the after party straight after the awards, just around the corner here at the Wayside Inn. Lots of great food, music, dancing, beer gardens. It was a great night last time. Tickets are available, of course, on the website, and we would love to see it all there. So, getting some scores coming through here, judges. One more to come. Alan, submit for me, please.
I don't know why every time I do this, I have to log back in.
One little technical gremlin here. We'll just wait.
It's not letting me submit now. Submit. Sorry, it's not letting me submit.
Try refreshing the screen.
I have, and I'm logging back in. No, it's okay. Back in again.
Here we go. Drum roll, please. And we have an 83, a silver award. Very good. And Fiona, you're new to the panel. We might get you to have a quick comment for the photographer.
Absolutely. Congratulations to the photographer. A stunning portrait of a fluffy pussycat. I would have loved to have gone higher. I just struggled with a few technical issues with colour balance between the left and right side of the image.
Thank you very much. Much appreciated. A couple of nods from the panel. Good. So, very quickly, Kelly, I might get you to change with Julie Ewing, if that's okay, from the back row there. While we're there, and we'll have the next image, please. We also have one of our judges who's not on the panel at the moment, but sitting waiting with a bated breath, native to the Manigans, giving a workshop on Sunday, How Stories Work, a storytelling masterclass for artists in business. Sounds great. And tickets are available on the website, and he is a very, very interesting talker, speaker, guy in general. We love him dearly. So come along and see him. Do I get the job? No. We have judges' scores coming in. Here we go. And we have a 79, a high, commended. You can challenge if you want. There is a challenge available if you want, but you don't have to. No, you can't, Julie. But you can challenge if you want to. Do it. Why not? Rip the band-aid off and let's have a chat about the image. You do have help. You have an 83 as well. And Julie was quite keen to have a chat about this image. You also have 2 in the commended range and a 72 as well.
Well, I was taken straight away with the beauty of this, the joy of this pelican coming into land. I think it's a very balanced, it's sharp, and it tells the story. And the reason I've given my score is because of that story. Here he is, he's a little bit awkward, he's a little bit worried, but he's about to land on that post. And I think that's been captured beautifully. And I'd like everybody to consider coming up with me.
Alan, I might just get you to, did you want to have a chat? At the other end?
Yeah, I sort of probably didn't follow the story as much. I found that I love the pelican and what it's looking like and all those kind of things. I just felt like the post actually distracted me too much from it. Like I would much prefer to see just the pelican by itself, and that would definitely add to the humour. It would definitely put it up into a hilarious image. But I think the story for me, I think that post just doesn't quite bring it together.
Just really quickly, Julie wants to add. She's on 83.
Yeah, I'm with Victoria. I think it's flapping awesome. And this bird, like, seriously, it's not going to react to sounds and squeakers and treats like, other animals do. This is a moment captured where you can't perhaps select your background as much, but, like, the water's flying off. It's so awesome. Like, it's just gone, like, watch me jump for you. I think it's a brilliant capture, and it's deserved of a silver because it's not repeatable.
Your right to reply, Vicky.
Thank you. Thank you, Julie. I agree with all of that you've said. Alan, I understand what you're saying about the post, but for me, that's its landing point. That's what it's aiming at, that's where it's going, and that's the strength of the story. We hope he's going to make it. So for me, that's humorous.
Fantastic. Your score at 85 holds. Everybody else is able to rescore. Let's have... No, you're in. Your screen's in. Your one's in, Jackie. Oh, so I don't have to. If you've done it, it's just Alan's I'm waiting on.
Yeah, sorry, just logging in again.
No worries. And we have an 81 and a silver award. Great discussion, great range of opinions there, and a really great team effort, everybody. And I'm sure the photographer is very grateful for all of our experience here. Let's have the next image, please. Big thank you to all our sponsors, to the creative division sponsor is Godox, all sorts of lighting stuff, and they're giving away $1,000 of a lighting prize for the person who gets the creative division, which is a part of, and of course to Nikon, who are giving away a $5,000 voucher to the overall digital photographer of the year. About some scores coming in. No. Still not in yet, Alan? There we are, and we have a very consistent judging. We have a 79 and a high commended, and well done to our panel right across the board. Fiona, I might get you just to make a quick comment. That's all right.
Sure can. What a delightful portrait of a puppy dog going for a run. Who wouldn't love that on their wall? Just a few blades of grass and highlights as distraction points for me.
Fantastic, yep. That's some great advice there. We're making a quick judge change while we're doing here. Nathan's come back in for Alan. And we'll have our next image, please. Judges, we've got a room full of great judges, some on the bench, some up on the thing. Our judges on the bench are eagerly awaiting to get back. We love them for their attention. Scores coming in from our judges. We have a score of 82 and a silver award here. You can challenge that, Fiona. Yes, you can. And she's jumping towards the microphones. That's what we like to see. Decisive moves. Fiona, you're on 88. You have an 84, an 80, and 82, so you're not alone.
I'm not alone. No. So, guys, come back to this image with me. Come back and let's go on a little bit of a narrative, a little bit of a journey, and some intention by the photographer, which is what I rewarded. I definitely started in an award range. It's definitely that. How far into that award range is where we find our bits and pieces of story. Those highlights on the right-hand side, I'm going to start by addressing that because I know you're all drawn to that and distracted by it, but it's intentional. It's not there by mistake. It's a decisive decision by the photographer to crop there and to highlight there to draw you to the bird on the branch, on the far branch, off on its own. I think it's a different crop, it's a different narrative, it's a different capture of these birds and the story within them, their relationship. I really enjoyed that and I wanted to commend the photographer by rewarding them solidly.
Julie, you're on commended, you're at 77.
Yeah, I really enjoyed the expressions of the birds looking back over their shoulders towards us and everything, but I did find I had to go up close to it to pull them out of the background, which is extremely busy behind them and they blend into. I love the bird on the other branch. There's so many things I really enjoyed about it, found it of a very high standard, but there were too much visual distractions in that created, it made it too hard for me to...
Fantastic. Yeah, Nathan, very quickly, Nathan's on 84.
Yeah, I'll be quick because I want to respond to the complicated nature of the image because that's what might be pulling us down a little bit. It's not a simple portrait. This is more like a landscape image with benefits that we are journeying between these three bright points and these three flashes of red. So we're seeing a lot of these characters in flight, in rest, in relationship. And slowly we stumble upon the emotions and the posing of the characters. It's almost like an afterthought that we feel the actual portrait nature of the image. But as a landscape and as a journey, I find myself resting in it quite comfortably for a long time.
Yeah, you're right to reply.
I think that was far more eloquently said than I could. Thank you for supporting me and come on team, come up a few points with us.
Your score of 88 will stay. Everybody else welcome to rescore. Okay, Jackie, that's right. Yeah, you're right.
I put it in the hundreds.
And we have an 85, right in the middle of the silver range. Well done to everybody. Great discussion. Very quickly before the next image, I might bring Kelly Brown on. Jackie, I'll get you to take a seat off for me if that's all right. And we'll have our next image, please. No worries. course, one of the great features of the awards this year is the Steve Scalone Urban Architecture Award, commemorating one of our dear friends. Wonderful human being, wonderful architecture and photographer in general. We have the top 10 images of that category printed outside here, and it will be decided by a public vote that comes with your ticket to in here. The images are stunning. It's a wonderful legacy that he leaves and a tribute to him, and I think it'd be great for everyone to come and see that and see who wins that award and support the Cancer Council while you do it. All of the profits go to the Cancer Council. Some scores coming in now from the judges. Just waiting on, who are we missing? There we are. We have a 79 commended. We're happy where that sits. And there's lots of nods across the front. So 79, the commended award. I might get, well, quick, last chance.
No, but can I comment?
You can comment, absolutely you can comment.
I want to know what I'm looking at. Like this satin thing here, I can see this printed really big on a wall in the right room, but there's feet, there's a shadow, but there's no body, and I think I'm being really challenged here. So something a little bit more, perhaps, could have taken me over the line or brought me up even higher within my score, because the colours are beautiful. It's intriguing, it's got impact, but I'm still asking myself, what am I looking at?
Fantastic, and some really interesting comments there for the author. So thank you very much. We'll accept that score. Next image, please. Of course, every image that gets judged here at the Australian Photographic Prize gets a comment, whether it's through the discussion on the panel or through just a comment from judges. I think it's one of the great strengths of this prize that everybody gets, something out of their work, and we really encourage people to enter and get the feedback. You might be on 87, you might be on 77, and you'll pick up something from a judge that might just lift that image into the next thing, and that's what we really appreciate our judges putting their opinions out there for us. One more score to come. And we have a 79, a commended award. Now we're all right across the board there, very close and all that. Yeah, Nathan, if you're looking at me with those intent eyes.
I mean, 79 is highly commended because the photographer's done everything right, but everything here is verticals. And for me, we don't need the lefts and rights as much as the height. Bringing it a little bit taller or just bringing it into the emotion of the heads just a cropping notion could actually make it more powerful.
Great advice there. Well, let's have the next image, please. And of course, speaking of advice and education, we do have our critique rooms down in room 1 here. We actually get to sit with some of our judges and some of the best photographers in the country who will sit beside you and look at your images and support you and help you on your journey, whether you're advanced, beginner, wherever. Who doesn't like advice, hey? It's great, but you can't do it unless you're here. Tickets and bookings are available on the website, and we encourage you to, if you're in the area, come on down. We've got some scores coming in. One more to come. Vicky's just... It's all right. We have a score of 78, a commended image. I've got a hand in the air. Absolutely you can, Julie. Get up there and tell us why. Julie's on 83. You have some help. There's 3 in the commended range, a 79, a 78, a 77.
Okay, I'm hoping we can just bring this one over the line. Like, what a moment. This is actually caught in that absolute perfect moment of it in its run. seeing under its pores, the tongue flying and the determination in its face, with the water splashing behind. I just think the photographer in this moment has absolutely captured the perfect second of it. Palette-wise, colour-wise, it's appealing, and any owner would absolutely adore this. So I think this is well worth of a
Nathan,
silver award.
You're on 72.
Absolutely. I put this in professional. I don't know what you're doing. we got an interpreter. Look, if I wanted a pet portrait, I'd look at this website and go, boom, great. And then this is exactly what I get. This should be, you know, what a professional pet photographer would nail every time. And this photographer did it. Everything's sharp, everything's composed, the lighting is good. But I can't see anything more than what I'd expect from a really great pet photographer. So I'm interested in what makes it that silver award shape.
Kelly, a quick word? Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I'm agreeing with both of you. You know, what a moment. And I think that the moment that the shutter's been pressed, that was done really, really well. But the camera angle, the perspective and the focal length could have actually improved here. But the timing in terms of the pressing of the shutter, well done. Just a couple of other things to prevent things like the horizon line cutting through those ears in the background.
Julia, right of reply on 83.
Look, I'm standing by my convictions. The photographer is getting pretty wet doing this shot, and I think it is a fantastic angle and depth of field created within it, capturing an absolute moment, and it's the tongue flailing out his mouth with that determination in his eyes that just brings me up that little bit more and into a silver level.
And you are 83 and a silver. Everyone else is welcome to rescore. And we do have a hint of movement to 79, so a very high commended, but great chat, judges, and all that sort of stuff. Nathan, I might get you to swap off with Alan, if that's all right, and Nathan, sorry. And Vicky, I might get you to swap with Katie, if that's all right, please. And as our judges come through, hopefully Alan's device is behaving itself now. And we'll have our next image, please. Scores are coming in. Our judges doing wonderful work as always. I hope you're enjoying it out there in live stream land. Although the live stream person's not here looking back at me, I feel like he's here in spirit, as are you all. We have an 81 and a silver award, and very consistent, very, very consistent right across the range there. Who wants to quickly give a comment for the author? Alan, do you want to quickly say you're new onto the panel for this bit? So.
Well photographed, great texture there, and I love the little element of when we're... The last image, the bird's actually looking at us, because the other two can't be looking at us because it's looking straight ahead, so it's turning to get a better look. So it's great.
Very good comment, thank you. And we'll have our next image, please. Of course, being at this wonderful education facility, lots of students, there is an award for the highest scoring image by primary, secondary or tertiary student. They win a student prize and a voucher of $500 of printing, which would be pretty exciting if you're a student, I reckon, because, you know, Money is tight these days, and anything you can get that'll help you along. That's good. Who are we missing here? Alan.
Sorry, I thought I had already gone in. Just logging back in.
And we have an 84, a silver award. It's very consistent right across the range here. Does anybody want to, Kelly, do you want to make a quick comment?
Oh, the colours in this are just beautiful. The contrast between the dog and that beautiful sort of lavender colour in the background. I'm really enjoying the crop here, and I quite... I'm just, the direction that the dog's looking in terms of the flow of the flower, it's all been captured and done quite well. I'm not quite sure what would elevate this even higher, so I think it sits really well within that score.
Fantastic, thank you so much. And while you're standing up, I might get you to have a bit of a break. Jackie Dean, can I get you to come back onto the panel for me, please? And we'll have the next image, please. Rotate our judges quite often, keep them nice and fresh and keep a good set of new eyes, and just to use the full expertise of our panel. As I said, we have family photographers, travel photographers, wedding photographers, pet photographers. Everybody has a different skill set, and they all bring their expertise to what we do at the judging here. And we have an 84. A silver award at 84. I'm actually going to make this an automatic challenge here as a panel mentor. I want you to look at sort of we're talking about pet and animal sort of things, but we've discussed stuff about using other elements, so perhaps not portraits but landscapes, and looking at form and looking at light and looking at the narrative that gets created out of that, and perhaps explore that sort of stuff. Alan, you're on 88, and I'm like, now this is an automatic challenge, so it means everybody gets to rescore. There is no right of reply, but I'd love to hear you talk sort of more to this image. We do have some support here.
I do agree in terms of looking at the different elements here. So the landscape is great, it's been photographed well, the light coming in, the highlights have been handled well, the lighting on the dog is spectacular, that warmth that comes through, and it does tell a great, you can actually add stories in looking if the owner is off fishing, or maybe the owner's somewhere in the water, or was in the water a long time ago and the dog's reminiscing. My thing is, I really want it cropped from the bottom up, just because the dog is so central in that sort of vertical framing that if we had it just cropped a little bit more of a panoramic, it would have put me into that gold.
Who wants to have, Julia, Julia, you're also on 88, we might...
Yeah, no, I disagree with the cropping, Alan, and I also gave it 88. I just think that gives us the beautiful reflection of the dog and also the beautiful autumnal colour of the trees behind. But what an obedient dog. It's not looking at the photographer. So from the photographer's point of view, the dog has to have the attention of something else. So either it's the owner or, a helper, but the owner's not in the water because there's no ripples. So it's just such a serene, incredible capture that this beautifully massive on someone's wall would be their pride and joy. So I think technically it's absolutely beautiful. Again, to take it to the next level, I'm not sure what could be added to it, but I think it's very deserving of a bright, shiny silver, if not higher.
Fiona, yeah?
Yeah, so I'm at the other end of the scale. I feel that the dog is lost in the landscape and that we're looking more at a landscape image than a pet portrait, particularly with the dog's tones matching in with the autumnal foliage behind. I did see some colour cast issues, and also up in the sky, I don't know if in their attempt to dodge and burn that in, they've left like a dark spot, particularly on your right side, almost at like the 1 o'clock position above the dog. Which is why I didn't come into the award category. So I am listening, and I'm intrigued to hear more.
Jackie, do you want to?
I just want to say this sumptuous light, is so delicious, and the dog is perfect. And yeah, there's a few flaws, but I think it's, yeah, I'm happy to go up.
Everybody gets to rescore here.
What did it get?
Yeah. It did get, I'd just like to say before you rescore, I think it's worth looking at the shapes that are created here. And you know, we're talking about shapes of light and shapes and directions of things. And I think it's worth looking at it as a whole image and how it sort of concentrates us into, you know, what we perceive that narrative to be. So have a rescore. I think you can, can you cancel Julie's for us, please? The score's going to change this very soon. And we have an 87 high silver award. Good discussion, everybody. Much appreciated. We had movement right across the board there. So great to have a chat about these images and very well constructed and presented image. And congratulations to the photographer. Next image, please. If you're looking for something to do on Sunday, there's lots happening down here. It's all happening down here, really, isn't it? But it really is. If you're on the live stream and you can get down here, let's get down here. There's panels led by Tony Hewitt discussing about AI in our future, photography future, and establishing photographic legacies. It's all included in your ticket for the awards ceremony, and you can stick around and see some of the winning images. And there will be some amazing work on display. Scores coming in. Alan's is behaving itself, that's good to see. And we have a 78 commended award. Congratulations to the photographer. Katie, do you want to just keep the... Go for it. No,
I feel like there's a beautiful relationship between the dog and the setting. You know, it looks like this dog definitely lives in a house that's that gorgeous and grand, but I want to see a little more of that story. So it's probably the crop, the perspective, the angle. I think the dog could have been positioned in a slightly better way, but as far as the colour palette goes, gorgeous. You know, the setting was obviously chosen really well, but I just need a little bit more for it to come into that silver
Fantastic.
range.
Great work. Some great words for the entrant there. In the meantime, Julie Ewing's been replaced by Nathan Madigan on the judging panel, and we shall have our next image, please. A big thank you to all of our sponsors for the weekend. The creative category is sponsored by Godox, who are giving away $1,000 worth of lighting prize for the winner of the creative division, which we're in here, the Pet and Animal is part of. And Nikon Australia, a big thank you again, a $5,000 voucher going to the overall digital photographer of the year, one of the amazing prize that will be for whoever gets the lucky one to take that out. A big thank you. Without our sponsors, we can't do these events. They don't happen. And so go and say hello to all the people that you see. Scores coming in. We have an announced score here of 88, a very high silver award. Katie's got her hand up. She is the high mark on 92, and we will take an elective challenge from her. You do have help. You have Nathan on 90. You have an 88, an 86, and 85. So
it's just a little bit more. Look, I see this. You know, looking at the criteria for gold, words like exceptional, superior, and outstanding. That's what I see as soon as I look at this image. Exceptional, superior, and outstanding in every way. It's the imagination behind the image, how this has been constructed, how it's been presented to us. Absolutely, impeccable processing, colour palette, detail, everything about it really. From a technical perspective, you can't fault it. From a story perspective, I find it really impactful. It's amusing. You know, it looks to me, and this is just my interpretation, as though this bird at the bottom is kind of the hero of the story. Like, I'm here on my own. These other birds seem to be fighting or having some kind of slightly surprising conversation, almost as though, I'm not sure, look, even if these are the same breed, like the one with the red-head versus the grey-head, but it's almost like the grey-head birds are trying to get rid of the red-headed birds. The one at the bottom's like, no, I have this, I've got this. The humour in that is really what brings it into that next level for me.
Fantastic. Fiona, can I get you to talk? You're on 85.
Yep, down the other end. Look, absolutely, all those things you've just said, Katie, I really commend the photographer for what they've created for us here. I think I was a little shy in coming higher. I just found the right-hand side of the image to be a little heavy by comparison to the left, in terms of the tones in the clouds being so warm in contrast to the left, warm on the right, cooler on the left, and then that made the image right side heavy for me. So to go into award range, I just wanted to see a little bit more balance in there.
Nathan, you're also on 90.
Absolutely. Yeah, look, I don't think the question is, should this be a gold? I think the question should be, how far up the gold spectrum can we do with this one? Because we can't fault the technicals, and they're all deliberate, including the lighting, I reckon. We're in the clouds, but we're not overwhelmed by the clouds. This aperture is so wonderfully reminiscent of our old family portraits lining the hallways of our 1960s house. And within it is this whole family story. Maybe the dominant two adults at the top and the kids on the side, but this adolescent, punk adolescent at the bottom, got such attitude, and maybe there's a new destination off on that leaf on the right, on our left. So there's a lot going on in the story itself, and so I don't think I can fault technicals, emotions, story, but I'd really love us to rethink how high this should sit. I think quite high.
Katie, it's your right of reply.
Excellent. Yes, I agree, Nathan. Yeah, look, I think it's all been said. As far as the just that little technical issue of the darker blue on the right, for me that keeps my eye in that little circle of story that takes me from the bottom bird, around, semicircle in a anti-clockwise direction and then back again. And I think the blue and the cloud actually helps that happen. So I think it feels to me like everything's very deliberate and intentional in this image, and I think we should trust the photographer on that. And if there's a part of this that's maybe making you question it, that could be a good thing rather than a negative thing, rather than us seeing that as a fault. So yeah, bring it up into gold. It's definitely, as Nathan said, it's definitely deserving of being there. I can't change my score. Yeah, let's get it there.
Yes, your score remains at 92. Everybody else is free to rescore. And we have a gold award, everybody, 92. 90's right across the gold's right across the board. Thank you very much to our judges. Let's have a blank screen, please. Fiona, you've been going for a while. I might get Kelly to come back in. And Vicky, I might get you to replace Alan, if that's okay. And while those lovely people are making their way up here, we'll have our next image, please. Have some scores coming in from our judges. We have a score of 77, a commended award. And I'll think you'll accept that challenge? Anybody who wants to make a comment on this one here? I think there's some lovely design elements within this and some very strong colour. Perhaps the colour might be competing a little bit with the dog, and that's maybe what will bring that image up. And yeah, just looking at the way light falls around the image and directing us into that may bring us up. So, but well done, a commended 77.
What do you say?
That's good. Next image, please. Don't forget we have another of our workshops on Sunday. Kelly Barker's doing Your Creative Process workshop, exploring creative process and harnessing the power of your subconscious in our dynamic workshop. Tickets again are available on the wonderful website. You can go and have a see and come along and support all these wonderful people sharing the knowledge with everybody. Looking forward to it a lot. Have scores coming in. Waiting on one more. Jackie's, there we are. We have a 78, a commended image. We have fairly consistently judging right across that line. Congratulations to the commended 78. Vicky, do you want to make a quick comment for the entrant about this?
This is a lovely, beautifully balanced image. Great connection, the dog's staring straight into the barrel. To improve it, I think the foreground is distracting. Maybe not have that there, and otherwise it's a beautiful image.
Thank you for your comments. Judging right across the board. Well, we've had a judge change. Vicky McKay's come in for Jackie Dean, and we all shall go to the next image.
Julie has.
Oh, sorry. I got you before, didn't I? That's right. I can't remember who I'm judge changing. Too efficient for my own good, or maybe not efficient enough. We'll soon figure that out. And we have a score of 77 and very consistent scoring right across the range there. Kelly, do you mind if I give a quick comment to the end? Yep, congratulations to the entrant.
Yeah, well done. The eye contact here is incredible with the camera, so well done on capturing that. These are, you can tell, very well trained dogs. I think the environment here, it's not a bad choice. However, I feel like there is a lot going on in the background and beside the dogs that are constraining the actual action of the shot.
Fantastic. Great, thank you. Well done to the entrant. Commended image. And we'll have the next image, please. As we said, we have a wide range of experience on our panel. I'm looking at the numbers of years that people have been photographer. I see 40s and 43s and 40s and 20s, 25s, and people have been in this industry for a long time, survived the industry and flourished in the industry, and we're very appreciative of them bringing their skill set to everybody, here, there, everywhere. We have a score of 83 and a silver award. And I have a hand in the air. Katie is on 88 and she is challenging. You have help.
Scraped in.
You have help. You have an 85, an 83, an 80, and it's commended as well.
And what was the score?
It has scored an 83.
83.
So you're 5 points
Okay,
above
well,
the average.
we're just looking at a couple of little points here to just bring it up. And look, instantly, obviously, the most impactful thing about this image is the colour palette. It's just absolutely exquisite to get that beautiful match between the background, textures, and the dog's eyes. To me, that's just absolute magic. But the thing that I see the longer I look at it is the repeated shape of, obviously the photographer's shot through some foliage, which is a very well used and beautiful device to frame an image, but the shape of that cut through is very similar to the dog's ears, which I really enjoy. It's like the upside down version. I really enjoy that. It just gives it an extra element of intrigue, of beauty, of aesthetics. I really think this is a very high silver, worthy of a very high silver, and I just encourage you to come up a couple extra points.
Yep, Nathan, you're on 80.
Yep, it was an easy silver because it hit me. This weighty feeling of emotion, like this dog's, holding a lot, and I can feel that and I love it. Everything Katie said, of course, I agree with, and it's beautiful. What distracted me was the hot head. So this brightness, I'm trying to stay in the eyes and in this complete picture, and I'm falling off the roof and I'm jumping to the little chest hair and pulling down the highlights in the forehead and lifting up the highlights just under the chin so we can really see that mirroring of colour around the vignette of the rest of the image and his little moustache, I think, and the eyes. That would have really kicked me up. But it got me straight away as a silver.
Katie, you'll write a reply?
Yeah, I just think there's a little bit more information there that we can get. I see the dog as quite elderly, and being able to move from the head back down to the little tufty bit on the chest and back up again, it actually does give you all of that information. It's all just there within that little shape. And yeah, that almost gives me extra emphasis on what I'm saying, is just bring it up a little bit more. We're not looking for gold here. Just a couple of extra points could make all the difference to this photographer, and I think they've done an amazing job.
Printer's currently scoring 83. Katie holds on 88. Everybody else is willing to rescore. And we now have an 85, a very solid silver award. Congratulations to the entrant. Every point counts in the categories these days, so well done to our judges for having a talk and considering their move. We'll have the next image, please. Just waiting on one more score. Oh, yeah. We have an average of 87, which is a silver award. However, with a big hand in the air and a high little ho, we have Nathan on 94, who's furiously making notes before he gives his thing. You do have fairly consistent judging. You have an 88, an 85, an 85, and an 82 to work with.
All right, so I'm on my own on a 94, which means we're a team, so I'm listening. I'll tell you what punched me. First of all, we've got an everyday, beautifully textured scene. We're in Australia, we see this all the time, and then we're drawn into this really fractal, beautiful family moment that I can feel as a human just as much as when I was a bird. So technically and capture-wise, it's great. I think that there's no highlights blown, there's nothing wrong with the crop. This is really intimate, an intimate, beautiful moment of connection within a wild community. And so I got all that, and I really enjoyed that. But for the photographer to decide on this wide landscape capture and then go, no, actually these go together as a statement of real intimate life, it just really hit me. And please talk to me, and we'll meet a bit together, but I'm on a high 90.
Julia, I might get you on 82.
I'm listening to you. I really did see that gorgeous little vignette into the wider image. And actually, even the way the right-hand image is placed, that the shadow in the little enclave there carries on out into there is really well placed. So I'm listening for more. I think it's just the overall brightness of it that I felt I wanted a little more subtlety in that way, but tell me more, tell me more.
Kelly.
Yeah, I'm there with you, Nathan. I'm at 88. I hesitated to go a little higher, and then I put my score in and I came back and I sat with this a little bit more, and it was the choice to put these two pieces together, and they fit together like a puzzle for all the reasons that Julie just mentioned. And then when you look closely at this and you see the texture of all the birds in that right-hand frame, it balances the beautiful texture that we're looking at that surround that intimate moment with those birds. And the way that the mother's beak just, pulls down towards the chest there, and then you've got those little babies peeking out there. It's a beautiful family portrait of something that's very different to what we're normally seeing.
Nathan, your right of reply.
I'm going to come up.
Thanks. Look, what I'm hearing is brightness, and I've checked out that brightness, and there's texture all the way through that brightness, and it's not that shadowy, contrasty thing that we'd expect. It's filled out really nicely, and it does draw our attention to the poo. Because that wall is covered in it, and yet in the middle of there is this incredible peace, this security, this scene of security in amidst all the bright poo. And I don't know, for me, I do feel a little sense of yearning, a sense of, oof, even in this smallest pocket of a limited life, like there's such security and peace here. What a beautiful capture to allow others to just rest in and, feel deeply. So I'm on 94. But yeah, let's see what we can do with this.
Nathan is on 94, currently scores 87. Please rescore the image. And we now have golds right across the range, 92. Great judging, everybody. Well done. We're going to make some judge changes here. Vicky, thank you very much. I might get Fiona if you can come back on. And I might get Alan if you can come back for Nathan, if that's all right, please. And while they're coming up, we will have the next image. Looking forward to some of the workshops. One's about to happen at the conclusion of these categories in about an hour, half an hour or so. Canson Infinity workshop happening today. And my Find Your Extra. What is extra? I know, you have to find out tomorrow. Maybe I'll figure it out by then too. I definitely have some extra, Julie. It's keeping me very warm at nights, let me tell you that. Waiting on one of our judges. Alan, your phone still not behaving? There we are. And we have a 78. Commendable image. Congratulations. Very consistent right across the image. Julie, do you want to make a quick comment about, because we were just talking so wonderfully before?
Another sublimely caught, in motion animal flying through the air with great eye contact, tongue flying, ears flying. It's always difficult with these dogs where the hair flies over their eyes as well, so you don't quite get that eye contact that you do with some other breeds. But yeah, beautifully captured, beautiful background, well done.
Very good. Lots of information there. Often our judges are looking for story or narrative, perhaps, that pushes it up into the next category, but they're very consistent right across the range. Let's have our next image, please. Of course, if you're looking for more critique on your work, We've got our one-on-one critiques next door. You can book in with some of our wonderful judges who are making themselves available, and I'll sit beside you and look at your images and you know, really invested in improving Australian photography, improving your photography, no matter what standard you are. So come along and have a look. We really encourage you to do that. We have a score of 81 and a silver award here. I've got a hand, and I thought I would. Katie's at 88 here. You do have a little bit of help. You have an 84 and an 82 and two others in the commended range.
Oh, this is just exquisite. I love the choice of black and white for it, particularly because I'm sure these animals are all slightly different colours, but the black and white unifies it into this incredible family portrait of co-sleeping, which is really unusual. I don't think I've seen an image like this before. And particularly love that we get to see the relationships between the different animals. Obviously the two on the left are pretty tight. You know, the dog on the right kind of on his own, can't really see his or her face. The cat with the hairless cat, I can't think what the breed's called, but oh my gosh, that's my favourite part, because clearly this one is different. This one doesn't have any hair. The rest of the family are very hairy. This one's got a towel across it to keep it warm because it doesn't have the extra hair. It's just, it says so much about everything to do with this family of animals, and even the texture of the towel underneath, the blanket, the edges of the couch, they all just kind of pull your eye into this beautiful story. The tonal range is exquisite from white through to black. There's nothing you can fault technically. I just think it's an exquisite portrait presented in a way that we don't normally see, and for that it should be rewarded. So bring it up a couple of points.
Kelly, on 77 and commended range?
Yeah, I enjoyed this portrait for all of those reasons. For me, from a technical aspect, just that wide focal length, it's created some distortion within the centre there, making that the brighter cat there on the sort of the biggest object, it's increased that for me. And we've just sort of lost some detail in those blacks heading towards the edges there. But, you know, this is the typical couch takeover of the furry animals within the family. And I'm really enjoying that aspect. But I think that it sits, for all of those reasons, it sits quite well within the current scoring range.
Anybody else? No? Okay, I might give you a right of reply.
Yeah, I don't see that distortion. I kind of see the beautiful relationship between the light-coloured cat and the dog on the right. There's a mirroring almost of the shapes there, which keeps me, you know, very much in that centre part of the image, and I don't see those faults, or I don't see that distortion so much. I mean, we're not looking at going into gold here. It's just to bring it up a couple of points, I guess. It's sitting at 81. Yeah, is that right?
It is 81.
And
right?
yeah, I just think, you know, consider it as something a little more unusual and a little more creatively impactful than what we would normally see.
Image score's 81 at the moment. Katie's on 88 and will hold her score. Everybody else is free to rescore, please. Just waiting on your one. And we have an 83. We have a few more points. Great discussion, judges. Thank you very much for that. Julie, I might swap you very quickly with Jackie, if that's all right. And we'll have our next image, please. Hope everybody out there on the live stream is enjoying. I can't see any of the comments, but they're always great. Love YouTube comments. And also to all the people who have come along in the back of the room watching along, we appreciate you greatly. I hope you enjoy your time here. Come along and talk to us. We're pretty nice, except on a Wednesday.
Is this image 27?
It shouldn't really say that. It's that judge the image there. Don't judge on the phone yet.
No, but I just wondered if
oh, yeah.
in the right thing.
We have an announced score here of 83, but I have a little hand, but still it's going to be a big hand because it's Alan Moyle who's going to challenge on 92. So you do, everybody else is in that silver range, 83, 82, 80, 80.
I think this one should be titled Stay, Stay, because you've got an amazing landscape, which would be great by itself, and it's been captured well. The light has been put through that image perfectly, and then you've got, you know, the dog in a perfectly positioned compositionally in that sort of third of the frame, and again staring at us pin sharp. And this is a longer exposure, so you're probably looking at, you know, that sort of 30 seconds, and that noise that would happen with the water coming through, and the dog just has that much ability. And then you look at the dog and the texture that is coming through. You know, it's a wet dog. It stinks, but it's awesome. And yeah, I feel like this is definitely up in that gold range. I'd love to see it come up.
Fiona, can I get you at 80 to have a quick chat to this image?
I scored this in the silver range, which I think it definitely deserves. To bring it into gold, I'd just like a few answers on some colour cast that I can see through those shadow areas and through the whites. I feel almost like the dog's been a little overworked, and it's a little less believable than I would like for a portrait. But I'm listening, team.
Everybody else? Alan, I'll give you your right of reply.
Those colour casts are real. So you've got blue lighting that up. If the colour casts weren't there, it would not be natural. So this has been captured naturally. When I used to photograph a lot of landscapes, you'd always have a warming filter on your camera. Okay, I'm showing my age there. Shooting film, warming filter. You'd always have that on the camera to warm up those shadows. And I feel like the sharpness that you have on the dog there, it's natural. It's perfectly sharp. There's a sharpness and crispness through this. And again, that's been achieved because the whole image is sharp. You're shooting at f/22 or something like that. And it's something that we don't normally see. So I feel this should be up in that gold range.
Alan's score of 92. Sands image currently scores 83. Everybody else is welcome to rescore. And it has come up. We have a score of 86 and a very good silver award. Congratulations, everybody. Good discussion. Great discussion amongst our judges. We love it. Next image, please. So just get a nice close look at these images on a beautiful screen here. That's what we like to see. We have our scores coming through. And we have a score of 79. And I've got some hands here. I have Jackie Dean who's going to challenge this one on 90. You do have help. You have Fiona on 85 and 3 other judges in the commended range. Okay. So let's have a chat about this image, shall we?
I know it's tight, but I think this is why it works. I think they're Lipizzaner horses, aren't they, the dancing horses? I think the jewellery on them is just exquisite. And they're just such beautiful animals. It's so sharp, and there's nothing really to distract in this photograph. It's beautifully done, and look at their gorgeous eyes. I mean, they're just such beautiful animals. My daughter has horses, so I'm very attached. I think it's exquisite, and I like the tight crop. I think this is what helps it.
You're arguing for it to come up into...
I'd like you all to come up to that 9 number.
Kelly?
Because it's a very special number.
Kelly Brown, I'll get you to have a chat on
I do
77.
like 9s as well, Jackie, and I enjoyed this image for all of those same reasons. Okay, so for me, the horse on the right-hand side, as we look at the body and it goes off to the edge of the frame there, it just doesn't match the shape of the body on the opposite side of its head that comes, the way that it's bulging out into that middle horse. So for me, from an editing perspective, that could have been handled a little better. And then there's some inconsistencies with those catch lights in the eyes as well. And also just the turquoise blue within the headpieces, you know, matching those with the colours of those beautiful blue eyes would have really helped elevate this as well. But yeah, the symmetry of the pose, I know that trying to get 3 animals to be perfectly posed in the centre of the frame is a big ask, but for something like that, to help me elevate it into that gold range, it's probably what I would have liked to have seen.
Fiona, you're right in the middle of the range of scores that we have.
Yeah, I'm in support of Jackie in that this is a magnificent beast that we rarely see photographed so beautifully and elegantly. I think the photographer has handled these animals beautifully. I do see now that you've pointed it out, Kelly, as a couple of those editing issues that perhaps could have been addressed. But I've rewarded the photographer for their creativity, their animal handling and their editing. It's beautifully sharp. The whites have a beautiful crisp cleanness to them. I think it's definitely worthy of a solid silver heading towards gold.
Jackie, you're right of reply.
Heading towards, well, I like that sound. Look, we're all different shapes and sizes, and I think if they were mirrored either side, that wouldn't look natural either. So I strongly urge you to come up for this beautiful high key image.
Your score of 90 will stay. Currently scores 79. Judges, please rescore. Jackie, did you did you do it as an auto? Did you? Okay. Can you just rescore your? Because we did that as an elective challenge. Because you were elective challenged. It was 10 point outside, but she did get a right of reply. It's an elective challenge. Can you just re-enter 90 for me, please? There we are. We now have an 84 and a silver award. Thank you very much for all the discussion. Nathan, I might get you to come in for Alan, and Julie, Katie, I might get you to swap out with Julie, if that's okay. And we'll have the next print, please. Next image, please, sorry. These wonderful images. Judges working hard here. Second session of the day here in room 3 at Photographic Studies College, South Melbourne. Come on down, we'd love to see you. And we have a score of 85, very solid silver. Congratulations to the entrant. We have quite a consistent, pretty much smack bang on the average there. And I think, you know, really engaging expressions right across. We get that initial impact. I reckon it's worth going over these images with a fine-tooth comb with this so little detail. Find everything that's going to distract you, little bits on the floor or bits in the background that pull you away from that expression, I think is what can actually lift these images even higher. So, yeah, but there's lots of nods and lots of awes and ahs over the things. That's what we like. It's great to see. Next image, please. we said, there's lots going on down here, but we're just all looking forward to the after party because by then it's all said and done and we get to go and, well, not that we don't drink alcohol, although I don't drink alcohol, but I have seen people do it. But I'm sure there'll be lots of merriment, music and fun down at the after party at the Wayside Inn. Tickets are available from the Australian Prize website. The food was really good last year. The company was even better. So,
The music was good. The music was
love to see you down there. Scores are coming in. And we have a score of 79, a very good commended image, and the judges are very much in agreement right across there. Nathan, do you want to just give the entrant a quick comment? The mic's down there, from one side to the other. Give it a clap, by the way. Commended, yeah. It's great. That's what we like to say.
Yep, well done. This photographer saw all the cool things and put them all together. My only conflict was that the expression of this dog is priceless, but everything in the shapes and leading lines drop me to the feet. And so there's a clash. And then those feet, the depth of field is only holding the forepaws. So if we're going to do that, we may as well just pull that depth of field a bit greater or less. And
yeah, some great comments there. All the little details, again, matter. And our judges are looking right across the image to help. So thank you for your comments and well done. Next image, please. Again, we'd love to thank our sponsors. Sponsor of the creative category is Godox, who are supplying $1,000 worth of lighting for the winner of the creative division. Godox, of course, lots of great stuff for lighting for photographers, videographers. I've seen people in bands use them. Even great sort of live lighting. So, get out and support our great sponsors again. We have some scores coming through. And we have an announced score of 79. Julie doesn't raise her hand, she just laughs at me. Is this an elective? So she jumped. Now you are more than 10 points above. We want to we'll make this an elective challenge. Julie, you're out on your own a little bit, but let's have a talk. You're on 92, Jackie's on 83, and we have 3 in the commended range as well. Grab that microphone and get up and tell them what you saw.
Yes, my laugh was because I went, what? You guys are what? Well, for one, the impact of this when it turned around is just fabulous. And then it's the magnitude. So that's just a gum leaf. So that lizard is freaking small. And he's just so sharp and has this great little attitude of, I'm balancing here right on the end of this leaf that's going to tip me off any second. And I just think it's the tension in that, the sharpness on him, and just the beautiful creative shape that leaf has created. It's a beautiful black and white. I think this has certainly deserved at least of a decent silver.
It scored 79, so it's not far away from silver. Kelly, you're in commended.
The impact grabbed me as well. And I really wanted to place this higher within the scoring ranges. However, the fact that the leaf is floating and it's not grounded really sort of took away from the overall impact here. So perhaps, even a more dynamic crop, even a circular kind of crop with this or something like that, and a little bit of shadow detail underneath it to give it a base, something to bring it back down to the image. But yeah, I am enjoying the scale of it, and I like the tonality throughout this. However, I just feel like that leaf is floating.
I have people pointing at me everywhere. I might go to you, Nathan, if that's all right.
Yeah, only because everything you saw, I saw, and it blew me away. It's like, it's Andy Warhol's banana all over again, but in monochrome with a tiny little lizard. But when we've got such a beautiful sharpness of the little creature and then just this loss of any detail sharpness on the rest of the leaf. That's the tension that I land on. I can't find, like most of this image is leading our eyes around this out of focus piece. And I know it's a macro shot, but in this spot, if everything was sharp, I think that I could rest for a long time as like this beautiful scientific snapshot. So that's what's holding me out. If you can explain that for gold, I'm listening.
Okay, guys, you answered your own thing there. You said this is floating. Floating has movement, so it would be a little bit unsharp. And that guy's holding on for his dear life, so he himself deserves a gold. I just think that is just like a really beautiful piece of a floating leaf with a lizard holding on, and it's absolutely gorgeous. Let's score it an award level, please, if not a gold.
Julie is a 92. It currently scores 79. Judges, you are free to rescore, please. And we do have some quite significant movement. You got it to 84. So that was worth the effort. Well done, good talking. It is a broad church and we have all different opinions and we all love to hear our own methods. And for your reward for your hard work, I'm going to get rid of you. I promise you it has absolutely nothing to do with it, it's just the way it fell. Vicky, can I get you to hop back onto the panel? And Katie, I might get you to come and replace excuse me, Fiona. And we'll have our next image, please. Scores, please, judges. We're getting there. Just waiting on Kelly. We have a score of 87, which is a high silver award. And I have two hands. Jackie, I'm going to take yours because you are the high mark. You're on 94. You obviously have some help in the gold range at 92. We have some 85s, 84s, 80s. So grab that microphone. Let's have a chat.
All right, the visual language of photography and the placement of elements, and we even know the dog's name, Little Huxley, and it's just adorable. And the character is really revealing in this picture. I love the one where he's hiding, you can just see his little eyes. It's a very, very strong image and well deserving of a gold. Beautifully executed.
Vicky, I might get you to have a quick chat for me here.
Yeah, I agree with you, Jackie. It is delightful, and I'm biased. I love beagles, so I've already scored it silver. The longer I look at it, the more I see. So I think I rushed my decision a little bit. I love the little cookies we've got there, like the dog peeking over the E, and I do. Like I said, the longer I sit with it, the more I see. So I'm prepared to come up.
Katie, you're in the gold range as well.
Oh, it's just so, I mean, come on, Katie, words. Huxley, you rock. What I think really stands out to me is that every single shot has been thought through and placed exquisitely. And we see a lot of images that show, you know, the different personalities of a dog or a human, or, you know, it's not unusual to see that in this category, to see lots of different expressions or movements, but I've never seen it in a way where you get to see the perspective. They've used the name to obviously tell more of a scenic story, an environmental story. The perspective of the dogs, you know, off in the distance versus at the foreground, they've been placed and considered so beautifully. That's the element that makes it different for me, to the point where you get to see this beautiful graphical composition, and then the dog walking out at the end is really strong, like your eye keeps coming back to that, whereas the dog coming in is much further away, maybe not quite so dominant. Just all those elements just make it absolutely amazing.
Thanks, Kenny. Yeah. Nathan wants to add something to this?
Yep, I want to, because obviously this is a conversation about, you know, a whole new shift in recommendation. Look, it's literal. It's a dog doing its thing, and we know exactly what the photographer did. They spent a long time orchestrating this magic thing, and sometimes that's a distraction because now it's all about the photographer. And thank goodness Huxley is so awesome that we're back into Huxley's world. Like, we can follow Huxley through, and I'm not thinking about the photographer, so that's a credit. I'm going to point something out so that we can, you know, decide whether that's worthy of more points or not. The only two times Huxley's looking at us, he's hiding behind the letters, and I wonder if that shares a bit of personality, that most of this is just documentary snapshots of Huxley's life. It's not even like this dog showing off. He's just like, just in the background. I think it's really cute. I don't know how much we push for, you know, cute. So
yep.
I'm up there.
Jackie, it's your right of reply.
Oh, can I please add
sorry,
something?
No, sorry, Kelly. Yeah, sorry, I wasn't sure if you were hand waving or not.
Whilst we're having
Go.
conversation
Why not?
about Huxley, wow, Huxley growing from, you know, left to right here. We've got, I don't know whether it's Huxley's first year, but we've gone from puppy all the way through to a grown dog walking off the thing, you know, and the attention to detail that has been created and crafted here in post-production is very high, but I don't think high enough for me to go into gold. So when we pay a lot of attention to putting different elements together and bringing subjects of all different ages and things like that, that yes, we have to take into consideration, you know, the number of times that Huxley was photographed, and then we've got to choose the right ones to put together. That all comes in, and it's all been done very well. However, if you look very closely at the shadows underneath Huxley, they're not consistent. There's in front of the E, underneath the paw, the shadow's really hard, and then the shadows are really soft in some of the other elements. Those things can be well handled in post-production. The shadow under the red ball on the ground is a little inconsistent with some of the other shadows in terms of the direction as well. So when we're crafting an image like this, we have to take everything into consideration. I would have been 98 on this had those things had been there. I think this is a phenomenal portrait. I just think a little bit more attention to detail from a technical perspective could have elevated this a lot more.
Jackie, you've heard all of the comments there. It's your right of reply.
Well, if you look at the range of Huxley's skills, I think, you know, that's got to add to this amazing image. There's some technical flaws, but, you know, it's still a very, very strong image, and I'm sure the owners would be absolutely thrilled with this. And I think well done to the photographer for creating something so dynamic.
Right.
So I urge you all to think of that 9 number.
Jackie scored it in 94. We are currently at 87. Please rescore, judges. Here we go. And by majority, we have a 90, a gold award. A great discussion there, though. Lots of stuff for everybody, and we had judges moving, judges talking, judges everywhere. So, again, thank you very much for your opinions in broad range of stuff. Great team result. Next image, please. Give it a refresh, perhaps. And we have a score of 79 by majority. Are we happy with that score? I'll accept that score. Then, who's on that?
Can I make a comment?
You can make a comment, absolutely, Jackie. Go on the microphone for us, please.
Yeah, thank you. I think when the photographer puts very, very similar images in, they really have to be as strong as each other. And I think number 2 is probably the strongest in there, and that would stand alone, I think, much better.
Yeah, thank you for the comment. Yes,
Can I say something too?
absolutely, very quickly.
I think it's given the strength of this as a story. We've got the 2 in the beginning, they've got it just right. They're like dance partners. The next 2, the bigger one's sort of nudging the smaller one in the end, they get it right again. So I think the story was there.
And perhaps some, like we said, about finding the strength and maybe consistency between the frame and how we handle the images will perhaps elevate that. I'll get a blank screen quickly, please. Julie, can I get you to come in for Jackie? Alan, I might get you to come in for Nathan. And why not? Fiona, can I get you to come in for Kelly, just because, you know, you've been there for a while. Just... Next image, please. I'd like to thank all our judges for their time, for their expertise. Great to see so many, a wide ranging of opinions and skill bases and sets. Fascinating listening. I listen to judging all day, every day, and it's a bit sad that I sometimes do. But it's great. There's so much going on here for the entrance. We really hope you get something out of it. Scores are in, and we have an 86, a silver award. Julie has her hand in the air. Well, she's waving around like she cares. She is on 92. You have a bit of help. You have an 88 and 2 84s and 83.
We're so close. This is perfectly placed. Like, beautiful colour palette, but let's talk about that cat. Cats are bitches. Am I allowed to say that? Am I?
You just did.
I mean, look at the way it's gone. Even the position of its neck with that hair sort of just in this, what the heck is this in front of me? Then that perfect swipe with the toy just falling off and then looking back like, now we're talking, now take my shot. It just tells so much of a story. Beautifully crafted, beautifully lit, so much texture, gorgeous colour palette, totally deserving of a gold. Bring it up, guys.
Fiona, on 83.
Yeah, to go into gold, I was looking for some more consistencies in the cat itself. The actual texture and lighting on the cat changes a little between each image. Is that part of the narrative, Julie? Am I missing something? As a cat owner myself, this is very typical cat behaviour. She is that word you said, swipes everything off the table. But I think I'm rewarded the photographer's choice of using a dog as that object, swiping the dog off the table, getting rid of the competition. I like it. But our listing, guys, talk me up.
Alan, you're on 88. You're almost there. Let's have a chat.
Yeah, I love the fact that it feels like it's a dog's toy. So that's why it's like, well, that's not supposed to be here. It's like, really, toys should not be about dogs. Dogs should not have fun things. The cat should have the fun things, just to knock off stuff. So I feel like that consistency works. I do love the framing that happens here too. It again, the elegance of the cat matches the palette that is happening through here. So yeah, I'm still up on that 88. Might come up a little bit higher, Julie.
Julie, your right of reply.
So you wanted me to address the hair. My hair changes in every shot too. Yes, it's a little smoother in the first. The next one, it's bristling as it's getting rid of that dog out of the shot. And then it's still a little bit tense in the last one, so a little bit more strength in the fur there. I don't think that's important to me. I just think it's the narrative, the beautiful capture of everything. It tells such a fantastic story about this cat. And then looking back at us, you come closer, it might swipe you too by the looks of it. I think, yeah, deserves a gold.
Julie, you're on 92. It's currently scoring 86. Everyone, please rescore. And we have a score of 89, a very, very high silver award. Very good discussion. Thank you, judges. Just about there, but well discussed. We'll see the next image, please. And don't forget, there's lots of stuff happening. More judging tomorrow, more judging this afternoon. You can come along and see workshops at lunchtime. You can see workshops on the Sunday. The panel discussion with Tony Hewitt, which I'm sure will be riveting, really interesting actually, some of the topics. I think it will be well worth looking at. We have a 76 are commended, very consistent right across the range there. So well done. Give it a bit of a clap for us, folks. Katie, do you want to just quickly have anything for the entrant?
Yeah, this is a really interesting portrait. I really enjoy that we can see the environment, we can see the background, a little bit of movement. The narrative's great. Well done.
Thanks. I think developing perhaps that narrative or the context probably is what takes us up into that next level, as well as giving us that little bit bit of information that really kind of leads us into that next story. Very good, thanks. Next image, please. Don't forget, some of these images may have been created by students as well. We can be amateurs, professionals, students, all ages, everybody here. And there is a Students' Award. The highest primary image by primary, secondary or tertiary student will win the student prize. $500 worth of printing from the PSC print shop, which I can see just across the way from us. It's probably been very busy over the last little while. Great to encourage our students. Got scores coming in. We have an 82, a silver award. Can I have a hand?
I'll bring it a little bit higher.
Let's get a microphone, and Alan Moyle is on 89. He's looking for something. You have some consistent 82, low silver, 82, 80, 81 commended scores.
So on the right-hand side, we have a gold award. But the thing is that we've got the left-hand side, which doesn't quite bring us up there. So when you're putting images together, you really need to make sure they connect together. But I still think this deserves a little bit higher than what it has there. It is so close. Again, how this has been photographed, the texture that's come through, again, the light background being separated very well from the light subject in the foreground, and processing, everything here is just done really well. It's just, for me, it was missing that other side to come through. But I would love to bring it up.
Julie, do you want to have a chat on down in 78?
Yeah, sure. I thought it was a really beautifully done high key image. But yeah, I couldn't see the requirement of the two images, and just a little extra in retouching, etc., to bring it up higher for me.
Alan, we might give you a right of reply.
I can't quite see where the extra retouching would be required, because it seems to be retouched really well. You've got great texture through there. You've got great detail through highlights and shadows. It's really well done. So I think, bring it up. I didn't go into gold, but I'd love to see it in that sort of high 80s.
Currently sits on 82. Alan is on 89 and will hold his score. Everybody else is free to rescore. And did we get an extra point? It is on 83. So every point counts. Well done to our panel and our judges. And guess what? That's the end. Ladies and gentlemen, congratulations on the end of the category. I want to give a big round of applause to our judges: Kelly Brown, Victoria McKay, Nathan Madigan, Katie Collenberg, Julie Ewing, Jackie Dean, Fiona Hanbury, and the voice you just heard before of Alan Moyle. Thanks very much for sticking around with us. There's lots more judging to come. Everybody out in the live stream, so stick around, and we'll see you at the next category.
And thanks to our team.
Oh, absolutely, and thanks to our guys running there, Ashen here. It's great, and our live stream guys who are doing a fantastic job. We thank them all. It doesn't happen without them either. And I'm here as well. I'm just the talking box. Thanks, guys. We'll see you soon.